Good morning. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Don't think this is correct anymore. Hold on. I'm gonna edit it to the data is apparently kind of wonky this morning, so I'm gonna just try to edit this to where we have actual data. Um, 1 second. I think GN was at 31. Oh, okay. We don't have Delta or Vega neutral right now for Jimmy. So the stream card today, you don't know where Jackson's Hole is? I do. Do you not know where Jackson's Hole is? It's in the middle. It's in Wyoming. It's not where Route Mount Rushmore is. I didn't say it was. It's okay. J-Pow's dick is definitely long enough to reach from South Dakota to Wyoming. Or at least that's what Christine Lagarde told me. Jay. He can fuck our economy all the way from South Dakota. Yeah. You're selling your Bobby calls at open? We'll see. Probably not. So did BlackRock tell you about the Bobby run? Is that why you bought all those 9.5 Cs? Sure. Larry just comes up and whispers in my ear throughout the day. Various bullish things. Some of them are true, some of them are false. That's how he keeps me on my toes. How did I miss you buying Bobby? I just bought these options in pre-market. Picked them up on Craigslist. I go to the LCS championship in Chicago. Cool. That sounds exciting. I know you can't buy fucking options in the pre-market. I was being sarcastic. No, Jesus Christ. No, you can't buy options. I bought them yesterday. Are we looking volume wise for OPEX? For the morning, pretty good. Obviously. Jimmy at like 200K, which isn't great. Both of them have kind of a high degree of pre-market liquidity generation, which usually means short, but I don't know what that's going to imply today. Probably opening shorts, like first candle, and then that'll resolve itself. I think Jimmy will go back to 20 anytime soon. Not immediately. Are those options you ordered in the pre-market right here? Should I set them down next to your espresso machine? Yes, please. Thank you. Well, look at that. Hmm. Rev up a tiny bit this morning. What's the SPY doing? Slipping a tiny bit. Interesting. Maybe why gonna trade its entire float today? Yep. OPEX, OPEX, OPEX. I hope so. Pulte acquiring BBBY? I don't think so. That doesn't seem likely at all. Good morning, Hornless. I'm ready to have my heart broken by Revlon again. Interesting. GME looks really good, except at 35. 35 is going to be tough. And unless some, like, buy interest or call interest comes in, I'm not sure how we push past that resistance right now. There's quite a lot of puts at 35. Although I guess another test in the intraday could see some of them shed. That's all they had. It was decent. Next time Bobby hits my cost basis of $27.30, would it be wise to get out and reposition? Right now, Bobby looks like it's capped on the upside at about $15. Obviously, FOMO and any buying that comes in today, which will likely come in at 15 and 20, could raise that. But right now, it doesn't look great beyond 15. If GME can't get over 35, then NOPEX, it doesn't look great. If it does get over 35, then like 40, 42 looks very promising. GME moving on low volume here. Yeah, it is. Well, slightly increasing volume, but still very low. Bobby IV is coming up, but I'm getting the feeling that people are just offloading bags here. What do you think for the SPY today? Choppy at best. Doesn't look great so far. Yeah. Volume starting to fall off. You expect them to try to crush the price of Rev due to the bankruptcy meeting today. I mean, all they're doing at the meeting is like appointing people to like handle the bankruptcy. It's not like I don't think anything important's being decided upon. At least the filing didn't appear to indicate that anything relevant was happening besides that. If orders for OPEX are sent at market open, does that mean we already know this is an OPEX? No, that's not how that works at all. Generally, the orders are placed in dark pools, which settle throughout the entirety of the day. So even though the orders are placed at market open, that doesn't mean that they're realized on the lit exchange at market open. Rev is dangerously close to breaking down through that trend on the daily. I know. Serious question for anyone. I captured in profits on Bobby and bought back in. My cost basis is 23. Would you sell at 15 and eat the loss, or wait until September and see what happens? Uh, I probably can't answer that. GME available shares 262,276 with a fee of 14%. Did short and vol players leave GME? A little bit, I think, or walked away during the split at least. The problem with Bobby is everyone's looking to get rid of their bags, so price improvement today could be negated due to that. Yeah, but there'll be a roughly equal amount of FOMO from people that are unreasonably bullish on it. Thoughts on Rev price action so far this morning? Uh, doing good, right? It's up like 2% now, starting to climb. Yeah, moving up. It really still hasn't fallen out of like that expected range, right? Or at least not much. Um, like it's still not at the point where it's like a good deal down at $5. Um, and it's not pushing on it. It's not applying any pressure at 10. The lack of $8 calls becoming more and more advantageous as time goes on. All right, so another test of 35. We'll see if put positions start to capitulate here. If we get multiple tests, they might bail. Any Peloton calls? No. No. Bid ask is kind of wide on GME. Yeah, it's about 10 cents. It's pretty good. 6 to 10 cents. It's flip-flopping a bit, but what do you think of the shares borrowed recently? Not that concerned with it, I don't think. What cover calls are you looking to sell for GME? I'm looking to wait, and then I'll make a decision. What price point does Rev break down? Below 7. Well, really break down below 5, but 5 was the floor up until like the recent price action, and then the floor kind of raised up to around like 750. We're gonna want to see multiple tests of 35, ideally. OPEX volume on Jimmy. Should we expect several 100K volume candles? Possibly. We've got a couple 50,000 volume candles. Do you think Tesla's gonna break 900? Probably. Remember, today's the last day pre-split. It just did break 900, right? Yeah. Bobby's moving up. Bobby's a little weak at, what was it? It's like $12. Might be 13. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Yeah, so Bobby's actually pretty strong at 12, a little weak at 12.50. And then it kind of peters out from 13 to 14.50. It's not very strong. So if that range starts to fill in, I don't have OI for today, obviously. So anything bought today, I don't know about. But 15 should have some pull to it. You know Gamma Max on Bobby? No. I could probably get you like a rough estimate. Mm. Gamma neutral, I think is like 11, roughly. Gamma max at like 30-ish, but that doesn't seem right at all. Hold on. Gamma max at like 15.50. Neutral at 8.30. Yeah. So I'd say neutral's probably around 11. Max is probably around 15-ish. First Sinus is at 10? No, Sinus closes at 3:10. Fubo preparing for liftoff. Oh, it's looking okay. Yeah, we have about 1 million FTDs on Rev today. Does the OCC price the margin requirement higher than 100 shares on a covered call? No. Did you guys discuss the 2.9 million of variable shares to borrow yesterday? No, it was a fat chunk of them, though. They borrowed most of them already. What happened to Revlon FTDs yesterday? Well, they were either covered or they weren't. Pretty simple. Covered the day before on the big dump? That's possible too, yeah. There's a lot of volume the previous day. Watch, everyone will start selling cover calls now for it to break 35 in the next hour. Probably. Do you plan on waiting until CNS closes to shed your GME OPEX positions? I'm going to shed them at the end of the day. Walk in. What's Gamma Max on the SPY? I mean, it doesn't matter, but 448? That was a weird liftoff on Fubo. Yeah. It's at $4.03 now though. It's really fucking it's moving. Are you ready for the was that OPEX after every green candle followed by a red one? Pretty much. We'll see endgame for GME in the long run. Well, hopefully they build out an e-commerce platform for gaming and, well, mostly gaming. And it's successful. Generates them revenue and improves shareholder value, I would imagine. Have you calculated how much you've profited overall from GME OPEX plays? Yes. What do you use for Gamma Max neutral? Math? What's the deal with Fubo? I don't know, I bought a bunch of it. Good luck, Stray Makel. I wish you the best. Is Visa a good entry price right now? For what? For the long side? Risky? Short side doesn't even look that good. Are you good at giving one word answers? Yes. Rough. How many shares available on GME now? Hmm. Still 250,000. They're not even fucking borrowing them. Hmm. well, that looks kind of promising. Guess we'll see. What kind of volume do you expect if they cover OPEX more? More volume than we have now? Ooh, kind of gross. Oh, okay. Hmm. Could Tesla hit 920 today? Sure, it broke 900, right? That's the next resistance to the upside. How come Rev's IV is going up and down with no price movement? Hold on. Um, I think they priced it up when it crossed VWAP. Looks like, which makes sense. Gross. What time is it? 9:54. Oh, Fubo is starting to move up. That's cool. Hmm. So we're getting shorted against the SPY? That's weird. That's like active shorting. They already have like a ton of internalization though. Just only sell orders hitting the exchange. Huh. 33.20. Someone said there's never been an OPEX on GME if the price drops below $1 from the opening bell on OPEX days. That's not true. That's not true at all. We've hit SSR and then had an OPEX run. There's more volume than we had in May. The 15-minute count was 352, 146, 200, 225, 311, 341, 253, 253. Okay. We'll see what happens. It's interesting. I don't really know what's going on here. It's quite a lot of shorting, though. GME at 3210 is the lowest since the split. Yeah. I've used insane on Bobby. Yes, it is. Yeah, Fubu's moving up okay right now. Touching like 420. Terrible. Is all our volume basically 4x because of the split? Yeah. This would be a very, very low volume day, normally. Are we about to rip? Maybe. Have you looked into Beyond? Yeah, I have. A bunch of times. You're not the first person to ask. I don't know where it's getting brought up so much. But yeah, I'm well aware of Beyond. I mean, I don't know what you want to know about it. It kind of ran already, right? 16.3 million, 19.9 million short. Okay, 39.5 million held by institutions has nothing to do with the amount sold short. FTDs at $1 million a day for every day for the rest of the month. It's not crazy, but it's decent. I'll look into their FTDs. I didn't really pay too much attention to that, but I'll check it out. This is fun. At least we can feel loved here, right? Ugh. Yeah, Jamie getting shorted. It's interesting. We haven't seen anything like this in a while. Market's moving up. Jamie's getting shorted down. Like hard too. I guess we figured out what they did with all the shares they borrowed. We're about to hit gamma neutral. Like we're pretty fucking close. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm losing money because of it, but I'm kind of happy they're shorting GameStop. It looks like they're internalizing some amount of buy pressure, yeah. Are you happy they're shorting GME? Because they fucking haven't since the split. We haven't had like a period of sustained shorting more than like 3 minutes long. Because when they short, they build obligations. It's a good thing, ultimately. Could someone theoretically internalize all of OPEX and dump it at a later date? That sounds really fucking expensive. I mean, theoretically, yeah, given enough money, you could. Fubo on a tear. Jeez. Ooh. See, the rest of these should be doing this as well. But they're not. Revlon just flat as a fucking pancake. Um 10:30? Did volume ever pick up throughout the day for OPEX? Yeah. Is it possible we launch later today and not in the morning? Yes, it is. Theoretically, Feb OPEX for Jimmy was 90% boofed into XRT. Jimmy getting conspicuously shorted compared to the rest of the meme basket is the same as June, and the tell for which stocks are short. This is getting rough, though. Jimmy be dropping as a result of them slamming Bobby. Um, they're not really in the same ETFs or anything. So no, I don't even know if they're slamming Bobby. I feel like people are just selling Bobby. Oh. How many times does Jimmy run at the 11th hour on OPEX? Not very many. 0? Well, no. This year, once? Once a year. Once last year, once this year. Was this your down price target for OPEX? I think it's just below. No, it's right. Yeah, it's right at the resistance. Like the downside resistance. Why does it fucking do that? Uh, there we go. Yeah, see? That's like just tapping it there. I think if it slips that though, I'm gonna close my positions. Pending home sales down 1% versus estimate of 3. That's not so bad. Zeus, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Are we dropping the CCs or waiting? I'm waiting. There's in a gap sub 30. Is the options chain looking for Bobby? I'd imagine pretty bearish. What the fuck is the point of paying for this? We just have real-time data. Getting a little more bullish. Well, it did into like 945 and then started dropping off into like 9. The last update's 950. It was back here. So it was still holding kind of bullish here, but I'd imagine it sold off when it fell below 11. How's GME looking? GME actually looks pretty bullish. Lots of call buying. Lots of fucking weeklies at $34 and $36. The resistance there. 32.58. Fuck, that's low. Dark pool volume. Only at 40%. It's not even that high. BBBY is at 60%. Rev's really low, 32.5%. Gap on the hourly. Where? There's a tiny gap here at 32.90, but that should be filled in now. Below that, nothing. 14? There's gaps at 14 and 15, and at 32. Fubo's moving up. It's at almost 430. It looks good. Am I doing 4 screens so you can get Fubo up? Yeah, I could do that. Jimmy catching a little bounce. No volume. And 13. Hmm. And, $31 puts. $30.75. We're done with Rev FTDs. Time to reposition for September. Possibly. Not yet, but soon I'll probably be repositioning. Hmm. What's the SPY doing? SPY still chopping. Four securities up on the screen. Now we need triangles. Fubo's the greenest thing in my port. Rough. Ooh. Nope. Jimmy IV's moving up. That's weird. Anybody else see that? Jimmy IV bumped like 10%. Think we can bounce on gamma neutral? Maybe. That's what I'm waiting for. You saw IV price up? Okay. That's what I thought I saw too. I was just making sure because I wasn't looking at all my contracts at the time, but yeah, I thought it priced up. I just sold CSPs. Well, not so much the CS part, but the P part. Are you getting out of your short positions or holding on to longer dated ones? What short positions? I'm like full bull on everything. I have VIX calls. Although technically that's bullish too. I already sold the like the SPX and SPY stuff. Margin secured puts. That's a very nice way of putting it. If they're using dark pools for orders, would it make sense for them to short it prior to those printing? Yes. I'm too intrigued to sell. I know. Like I know I should be selling, but I'm too curious as to what's gonna happen. I sold the Bobby calls because I'm not fucking with it falling below 10 again. Would you say low volume on Rev is bullish? I mean, Rev's doing okay right now. It's moving up towards 8. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. It's got no fucking volume, but why sell puts for free money? What DT do you usually buy on call options? It depends. It can vary a lot. For what? Hey, FFs, get control of this market bullshit. BlackRock needs to step in. This is the moment. Nudge, nudge. Tell them I give in and I'll open an account. That should do it. All right, I'll let them know. Thanks, Bithead. Does Fubo run on OPEX? It used to a long time ago. Why is there a pickle next to my name? Oh, you probably got a free membership. I said Fubo. Fubo. Good morning, Shill. I won't be able to be in here as much, asking for your secret Persian recipes or why I lost money on weeklies. It's been fun, dude. Thanks, Turd. Congratulations, man, I heard. I'll see you in a year. Those $30 weeklies, you know it. Those are calls. Are you repositioning short dated calls on Rev Fubo, but not long dated, right? Probably. Well, no, like the 50s I'm gonna dump, right? Because those are just an IV play. Something I missed, which made you bullish enough for weeklies? Well, I'm either an idiot or we're gonna bounce. We'll see. 6 minutes? Idiot's really possible, very possible here, actually. Worst case scenario, I don't know. If we run up to like 34, 35 again, I get all my money back that I lost on my calls. So it seems like a good choice. Although, yeah, it could be really dumb. For once have a better cost basis than you. Nice. What did you get them at? The 33s? I got them for 1.18. It's not great, but here's your cut from the spy pits, boss. Thanks to the daily work. Thanks, Effa, and congratulations, dude. Did you reposition to Rev 10 Jan? No, probably not. At least not right now. If you did the same thing, only buying the Friday low and selling T plus 2 high every month, your average return would be 27.83% each month. It's actually not bad. Shopify looking to break out of a channel. Uh, Shopify kind of looks like it's getting ready to bounce. Starting to recover. If it gets a higher low here, that's pretty bullish. I like that. Yeah, that's a nice setup. I don't like Shopify, but that's a nice setup. Where's the volume? Like, what the fuck is going on? Think about YOLO and 30K into weeklies on GME at $33. What's this I heard about the turd herd? Oh, it grew by 1. Ugh. I'm gonna start watching Uncle Bruce and Coco Melon on split screen and try to see how quickly I get a brain aneurysm. I'll just add more animated characters to the stream, turd. Fubo's trying, but it's not holding up my Rev Jammy Fubo port. No, it's not yet. One more minute? 10:30 dark pool dumps. Just become a VTuber? I don't know what that is. Been away for 2 weeks. Can you provide a recap on the Rev situation? Not a lot has happened. It's run up a few times and then back down. It remains really, really volatile, but the FTDs are dying off for this cycle. Probably for the next 2 weeks, they're going to be pretty low. So it could be a good time to reposition or re-enter, depending on how it goes. Okay, the 10:30 is lackluster. I really don't. What is a VTuber? Like, what's the difference? Why is Guybrush allowing this? I don't know. He's not doing his fucking job. VTuber, use a cartoon avatar instead of showing your real face. How does that work? Oh my god, I would have done that from the beginning. Guybrush needs help. I just rage about options after my experience at a store. After 13 minutes of the guy up ahead of me in line buying individual lottery tickets, I finally walked up to the cashier, slapped down a $50 bill for my $6 worth of caffeine, said keep the change, and walked out. I mean, you probably made that dude's day, so That seems nice, I guess. Rev IV is dropping today. Ew. That was the wrong thing. Nope. Fubo, Sam like full bowl. I mean, it's moving. It's doing pretty well. Up 8% almost. Yeah, there's a Rev hearing today, but I don't think it affects anything. Why is SoFi up? Who the fuck knows? If we don't get above 33 by the end of the week, I'll be adding 300 shares, CSPs. If we fall below 31, I'm gonna have to do some serious hedging. I'm still in covered calls on Fubo? Not right now. Jimmy going to 29. You might as well. There's a million FTDs due today on Rev too. Ooh. That I don't like. When is NOPEX a fact? I mean, it probably already is. But I'll see it through all the same. At least through the dark pool dumps and stuff. You think there's more upside on Fubo? Sure. Seems to be doing well today. I don't know if there's any can to kick right now, frankly. Is Rev dead or sad? Kind of sad? And this move's got like a decent amount of volume. Yeah, I'll be repositioning on Revlon over like the next like week or two. What is everyone's average cost on Rev 35 leaps? Probably above $1. Just the calls. I'm not repositioning the shares. Well, they got Bobby below 10. Jimmy at 32.55 again. It's like a SPY downturn. Yeah. It's probably helping things out a little bit. You play full bear while we exit our positions. I'm not exiting. Well, I'm not exiting GME yet. Yeah, economic news right now. SPY coming down. Everything's out, right? Crude. Crude oil inventories fell. Durable goods without transportation did fine. Okay. Rev pulling back up a little bit. The market's too shaky today. It's a little shaky. Time for cover calls? I'm not selling any yet. What time are dark pool dumps? Usually later in the day. Sometimes there's one in the morning. But for the most part, they usually come like afternoon. Do you know about the T plus 69 theory? We fucking wrote it. That was JFresh's theory. And it's definitely missed some run-ups. Uh Never mind, Spy Dad. You said that like right as it bounced Twin Peaks. I'm just waiting for the end of the day for most likely. If it breaks down below gamma neutral, I would sell out, but I don't think it's gonna. My cost basis is 34.50. I just bought 700 on Monday. But a September 9 cover calls for 258 for the 34.50 strike be a good idea. I mean, it seems fine. It's at your cost basis, right? So you're making a pretty nice return there. What's all buying Rev 35 Jans? I think they'll get cheaper over the next couple weeks. You feel differently now that the stock tanked when he sold? Yeah, too many people bailed. I would have presumed that, leap holders that were deep in the money would have stayed in after RC sold, and they did not. Like massive amounts of leaps sold out when he did. So, if most of the backing is based on, confidence in Cohen and it sells out when Cohen leaves, then what are you going to do? I don't think leap holders understood that they held far more shares, far more hedged shares than Cohen fucking sold. But I mean, like 50% of the $10 strike sold off. And then the next day, another 30%. And an obscene amount of like $5, $6, and $7 leaps sold off. Any confidence in a Bobby run? T plus 13 from Reg Show if it stays on there. Sure, yeah, if it stays on Reg Show. Once forced settlement starts, it could get pretty spicy. RC never bought any Revlon. Care to comment on Revlon shorts failing to deliver the 1.4 million fail to delivers? No, I mean, they can just keep rolling obligations forward through CNS, right? But they're compounding them when they do that. If they're not clearing them, they're compounding them. It's pretty simple, and I mean, eventually they're going to have to clear them out. Their hope is that, people sell, people bail, and that, they get some liquidity to clear those without generating too much upward price action because their shorts are underwater. Musk tweets about ways he's going to manipulate the market every day. Doesn't it seem like RC could be less cryptic with his communication? Yeah. He could be much, much, much less cryptic without directly, commenting on manipulating the markets. Was here a Jimmy or Rev? Rev? I was talking about Revlon. Every squeeze needs a paper hand Portnoy. Are you implying that I'm the paper hand Portnoy? He sold at a massive loss. I made plenty of money off Bobby. I'll reposition for FTDs. I'm not stupid. Rev bankruptcy hearing could be like Hertz, where the minority shareholders got a buyout of $1 billion. Not saying money will be the same, just potential for a buyout. Yeah. Yeah, I think the next... Well, until FTDs cycle back up again on Revlon, it should see, like, reduced implied volatility and reduced price. There's no court decision today, though. They're just appointing, like, staff. Nice, Lawrence. How's Caterpillar looking? It's down a little bit today, but not much. It's still in that kind of wonky 196 range. I don't really like trading the up or downside of it currently. GME double bottom, yep. What are the next potential FTDs for Bobby? Forced settlement for Bobby, I believe, begins on September 6th, the morning of September 6th. It's not the second because it's the following morning. It's after 13 consecutive days, not on the 13th consecutive day. So while, like, after market close on the second, if you want to be super specific. Can Labor Day push it out? No. I don't think holidays affect Reg Show. Like not the threshold settlement. Like the forced settlements, those are unaffected by holidays. Like standard settlement is affected by holidays, but forced settlement isn't. Because if a holiday occurs, then it's simply due the next morning at market open. So holidays affect things like gamma exposure, like that covering, but they don't affect FTDs. Not really. I mean, it just creates a 1-day delay. That's a speculation supposed Bobby end of month announcement. I mean, this might have been it, right? It's probably something that should be taken into account. Your purchase into Bobby was a huge morale boost. You're the man, Gherk. Oh, okay. I sold it. If Rev FTDs are compounding, why not see it back on Reg Show? Oh, we could. We could absolutely see it move back onto Reg Show. Well, I was still up on the position, and I sure as fuck wasn't gonna carry it below $10. I'm a little fuzzy on Reg Show. What does that entail? Well, once the thresholding process begins, um, the stock can only be shorted with a pre-borrow agreement. It doesn't. The problem is it doesn't stop ETF creation and sales, so it can still be shorted, but it requires the creation of far more obligations to short it. Is 950 a good support for Bobby? It's okay. The problem is 10 as a resistance and a support has weakened dramatically. The other problem I think that we saw this morning was there's a lot of people willing to ditch their bags above 10, right? People that were just a little bit underwater, a lot of them got out this morning. So you have some FOMO, you have some bullishness. I don't know on what, because like we don't know the terms of the loan. I highly doubt they're favorable. It's not very much money, but slightly bullish news, right? Better than nothing. And but that FOMO is not necessarily enough to offset people dumping their bags into it. Why are some runs on T+2 or Wednesday, but some on the Tuesday after? If well, first of all, you don't get one without the other, right? If GME runs for OPEX, right, on T+2 from expiration, then you get positive feedback from all the calls that go in the money, and that creates another run into Friday, and then that creates another run into the following Tuesday. So usually what we end up with is like a run, a pullback, a run, right? And then another pullback, and then a higher top. And then this is the end of OPEX. Because this is generally where it crosses Gamma Max and the hedge flips. But these are all like T+2 apart. So this is T+2. This is T+2. And then, this begins on T+2 from the expiration. You just get a feedback loop because calls get pushed in the money and the market maker has to hedge even more upside. and it keeps it running. That didn't happen in November, right? Because everyone sold on Friday. And we also didn't have any negative delta hedge going into the, like, a negative delta hedge going into the run. So we had a positive delta hedge, which means not a lot of upward pressure. And then as obligations were being covered, you know, there just wasn't that much. Like, there weren't any calls going in the money at that point. Have you heard of anyone getting assigned on Rev 750s? Not yet, no. Help me understand why there wasn't much movement on Rev yesterday with 1.5 million FTDs that needed covering. First of all, those are market maker FTDs, and this applies to like GameStop and everything else as well. Market maker FTDs do not necessarily result in positive price movement. They result in volatility. But there's no way to tell how many of them are long or how many are short. All you know is the number. If there are more long FTDs than short, there's no positive price improvement, right? And unfortunately, there's really no way for us to tell, right? So market maker FTDs result in volatility, but they do not result necessarily in price improvement, which you should all be well aware of with GameStop, which is why we stopped tracking market maker FTDs on GameStop and we only focus on ETF FTDs. Because ETF FTDs are net short. They're like majority net short, which means that to satisfy them, you need a buy order. FTD data on Stoxera is MMFTDs, yes. Not to be too technical, but would the VUP song help GME price? Think of selling GME cover calls after CNS today. Sound good? We'll see. I'm hoping we'll see 50-60 for a reposition of Rev Leaps. Too optimistic? I don't think so. It seems reasonable. Hey, look, Jimmy's doing a thing. 11 o'clock? Interesting. Relax. Bear flag? It looks like a double bottom. It's already broke the upper flag trend. You folks need to do TA some more. Yeah. You know, you can have 50 people do TA on the same chart and they'll all come up with a different fucking answer. So, just whatever, just ignore it. Well, we broke 33, which my calls are happy about again. They're not pricing up IV, which is odd. Yeah, it looks like they're crushing Revlon IV pretty hard. Can you take a look at Baba? It's having a run of its own. Yeah, it's up 3% today. Someone was talking about it yesterday, and I was telling them it looks good. Like on the, if you look at Baba on the, like the 1 hour here. It's got a perfect bounce right off this $88 resistance. Last time that bounce led to a test of like 121. Oh, look at them. They're fighting for 33. Really? Bunch of dicks. Bobby's still moving up. What's Fubo looking like? Fubo was having like a pretty strong morning. Not anymore. Maybe a little better. How much do you believe in Bob Smith's new DD? I haven't read it. I had a pretty long discussion with him last night about like reg show. Which mostly I was mostly trying to point out like the problems with attempting to predict FTDs based on reg show requirements. It's uh it's not a guarantee of price action. But do you believe his DD exists, or you just take it on faith that it's real? Today in history, 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius erupts, buries Roman Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take this however you will. Bullish. It sounds bullish as fuck, Zakir. You can't just go talking about volcanoes erupting in a stock stream and expect people not to get their tits jacked. I want my. Why didn't they forget? Yeah, whatever. Only for MMs. Only way for MMs to play GBs to have both calls and puts capitulate. Probably stay flat to 33, 34. There's actually not like a lot of put interest at the current price. Most of it's at 35. Like put interest at 34.25, 35, 34 and 34.75 is kind of low. And there's enough call gamma at 35 to pull us up. The question is, can we break 35? Which I don't know about that. That looks a lot harder to pull off. What are you seeing on technicals on Revlon? Any hope? What do you in hope? Listen, if you're gonna play Revlon, like if you're gonna stay in this and it's a play you're really interested in, you need to like get in, scalp what profits you can on runs, reposition, get back in. Don't I mean like if you're gonna buy shares and just sit on them, fine, but get them cheap, right? But don't be afraid to like pull profits off the table. I've made fucking over 60 grand on 35 C's. Like it's don't not take that money waiting for like some MOASS event to happen. If you can, I mean, 35s under what, $1 have been very, very profitable. Scalping same like selling cover calls on shares. Sure. Yeah. You could do that too. Cheap, like $5, 5.50. You can maintain exposure and take small wins simultaneously. It doesn't have to be one or the other. But don't just leave free money on the table there, right? I use their hair products for my chest. Congratulations, Mo Money. Let's say the 3 times I sold them, 4 times I sold them. Well, the first time I sold them, I took like 400%. 350 to 400%. The second time was like 120. I think the third time was what, like 80% they went up. And I sold some just now and took like 15%. Should have taken out a $10,000 student loan, free money, and throw it at GME. Thanks, Biden. Guess you missed that opportunity. Any TA thoughts on Tesla? It looks good. Maybe more upside in the late afternoon. Nope. That's what I don't want to look at. Tesla and Fubo are tracking really, really closely. Yeah, Baba IV's been really low the last couple weeks. Lack of interest in the call chain, maybe. Imagine being surprised in this price action. We haven't seen Fickle in months. That's just not true. To go 8K and student loans in 2019, been holding off paying with the extensions. As Girk would say, why pay bills before they're due? Definitely paid off in this instance. Congratulations, fret technician. What day did Bobby go on Reg Show? It was the night of the 16th, I believe. We sold out of Rev Leaps, yep. Just took profits on them earlier. Why are they short Jimmy so hard today specifically? I don't know if it was just specific to GME. Like, BBBY and Rev got slammed pretty hard too. XRT wasn't looking too hot. Where the fuck is it, by the way? Where'd it go? There it is. XRT got slammed pretty hard in the early morning too. It's starting to climb out now, which is probably bullish for GameStop. Next FTD is MM or ETF. It's gonna, well, MM come first. So when you have the FTD cycle from OPEC states, you get MM FTDs, then you have an overlap period, which is generally just volatile, and then you have ETF FTDs for 6 days. I'll map them out, but they'll be the same for all of the stocks. Still waiting for the end of the day? Yep. I have a thesis. I plan on sticking to it. I don't even really have a thesis. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I just wanted exposure for OPEX. Like, there was no... That's why I didn't, like, build it up or talk about it a lot this time. I just bought some exposure, and that's it. Confidence in this run's pretty low, right? It's also our first OPEX post-split, which I'm not a big fan of. And I think any obligations due would have been written out until September anyway. So if we do get something here, it's probably just due to the shedding of, like, the small amount of obligations built up on XRT since, like, the last 2 weeks. And it wasn't even very long. It's not really degenerate gambling. I mean, even on OPEXs that miss, there's price improvement, right? Like, not having exposure to that you can miss out. Like C-Mill was saying earlier, if you buy the low Friday before OPEX or on OPEX and sell on Tuesday at the high, it's like an average of 27%, which is huge, right? Especially if you're leveraged with options. There's usually both, and they're not in this. They're not like, well, they're in the same month, but ETF FTDs generally finalize in the beginning of the month. Remember, everything's on this, like, the same schedule, right? So the schedules never really change. Right, and then generally after ETF FTDs, you see a big drop in price. And then OPEX, which is later in the month. And we had that this month. August ETF FTDs were fucking right on schedule. I know a lot of people in here played them. They were profitable. I mean, it's not crazy, but it's good money. What are we planning on selling? GME cover calls. Later today, probably, depending on price action. If we move up a lot today, I'm not going to sell them today at all. Spy ripping because of more student loan news? Free liquidity, right? Can you talk about Fubo a bit? I have. It's good money when something is predictable, even if it only moves a little. Yeah. Being able to capitalize on that is critical. Yes. So Gurk sold? What did I sell? Oh, the Bobby calls? Yeah. I just don't care. I'm not gonna hold Bobby calls below $10. No fucking way. Was the rev dump you selling your position? No. I didn't sell my position. I just sold the leaps. I think active funds just internalized. Did you guys see the fucking like the dark pool utilization for Jamie and Bobby? It's sky high. If they dump utilization, like if they dump internalization on either one of them, they'll move. They'll move pretty hard. Bobby's not as high because, you know, obviously with all the selling after Cohen sold out, it dropped off, but GME is really, really high and like sustained for multiple days above like 63%. Not selling CCs at +5, +10% price improvement. At what point is a sign for what else? If we break above 35, I'm probably not going to sell CCs today. Fuck. Wonder if like oil's pumping. Yeah, oil up 0.9%. So 91 basis points. Huh. Jamie's starting to. It looks good too. Get on here. Hold on. Let me check some other shit. Yeah, that seems bullish. I'm not exiting it. I sold my leaps. I'll reposition. I kept my shares. I sold cover calls. You talk about Fubo 2023, 2024 calls. I have both. um and no. I guess it's kind of fair to ask the annoying questions. Are you still bullish on Rev? Yeah, nothing's changed. Just because the FTD cycle is over doesn't mean the potential for it to squeeze is over.
Frankly, if I get assigned on my Revlon CCs, I'm okay with it. I'll just buy back in at a cheaper price. I have kind of a high cost basis, so I collected a $1.40 premium on them today, which puts me right about at my cost basis. Every day brings in more FTDs, but they're due cyclically. So you have a period of time where FTDs are created and a period of time where FTDs are resolved. Any thoughts on MULN? I don't like it at all. I think it's a piece of shit. Um, yeah, that's about it. Didn't they liquidate enough that they can't really run anymore? But it seems they're never resolved. Where do they go? They keep cycling them through CNS. And if they can't clear them in CNS, they move them to the obligations warehouse. And then the next day they put them back through CNS again. Obviously, that's not ideal because the overnight fees for using the obligations warehouse are quite high. I'm still seeing weird ETF activity for Rev, even though they aren't in ETFs anymore. And we did at the beginning of the month with the ETF FTDs. Baldo Hernandez, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Have you ever been to the Obligations Warehouse? Is it located in Philly? No? Oh, hit me up on the Discord, dude. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Rev Jan 35s are around $1. Do you think they'll go lower? They might not. Did they borrow another 200,000 jimmies? Let's take a look. I feel like you know the answer to this because you've looked. Looks like 200,000 became available, and then they were borrowed 15 minutes later. Would you get November or December puts? That's a good question. I'd let this bounce finish first. I'm trying to be as patient as possible with entering like long short positions on the SPY because I don't want to get burned again. I do think that the bear rally is dead, but I do think that like there's better opportunities. There will be better opportunities to enter like downside positions. Check oil again. Someone killed it. It looks like it's still doing quite well. No, it's doing good. Yeah, hit a little, but it's It's at like 94.60. I can check. Brent's moving up. Yeah, they all look good. How's Fubo doing now? Better? It's weird. The fuck is that? Tesla moving up yet? No. US oil? Go from 94 to 93. It looks like it's finding some support here. There's good resistance at 93.11. Solid, like, historical resistance, too. That doesn't look so bad. If Tesla does run up today, though, watch the 93. If you're in it, watch the 93. 936. 936 resistance. You know what? 928 even. I would watch 928. Should I double top? We'll see. It broke above the support, which is kind of good. Does it matter which edition I read? I'm trying to make sure it's at least a little more current, but otherwise, no. Like, if you can get one from the last 10 years, that'd be great. Is the most recent? They haven't done any new editions? I thought they'd have newer ones. I don't even know what edition mine is. Huh. Fifth edition? Fifth edition. 2012? Yeah. What's more dependable options data? Shift search or chameleon? Probably shift search for like a live feed. For options like analysis, I would say chameleon. I don't think either. Like chameleon's just not worth paying for, in my opinion. I do, but I'm not sure why I do. How many years ago was 2012? 10? I'm sure like the fourth edition and stuff's fine. Is it that much cheaper? Like I remember it being like 50 or 40 bucks, something like that when I got mine. I haven't actually ever looked at the price of it again. Let me see. And make sure you're not getting the study guide though. It's like 99 bucks now. Yeah, see if you can find like a used copy or something. It's probably cheaper. You think Bobby could retest 11? Maybe. I'm not gonna say it looks great, but it could. More than wanting more indicators, I'm tempted to pay for TradingView just so the fucking pop-ups stop. Yeah, yeah, that's how they eventually got my money. Yeah, I can't say Rebecca looks like it's getting ready to do much right now. Rev and GME on the 10-minute are exactly the same. Yeah, pretty similar price action on both of them today. Jimmy should be following the SPY more closely, but it is not. What extreme ups with halts? I don't know if we're getting any halts. That's a bit much. SPY's forming a real nice head and shoulders here. But we already named Revlon Rebecca. After today, how far out until expected ups on GMA? Yeah, it'd be early September. Down until then, that's I don't know. Right? They haven't been shorting us. I'd say if it looks like they're trying to do anything, it looks like they're trying to get the barter rate back down again. It's not dropping quickly though. If you were to buy some calls today, would you be looking at September 22nd or buy more theta? September 16th, you mean? I don't know. I bought calls today, but they were all weeklies. I guess it would depend on how far out of the money I was going. No, it's Reverly, and I'll fight you. Rev Elizabeth. It has to be Trevor, Bobby, and Jimmy. Interesting. I thought we agreed on Ravonda. I didn't agree on anything. Revwina. Revlin. I'm still Team Reviathan. When is September OPEX? Expiration's on the 16th. Reverto. Rev contested matter to be heard. Equity committee motion. Yeah, it's today. Hear me out. For Revlon, Dan. Very creative. Rev 1. Oh man. Oh, I think I'm tired. Revenge. Could you look at Getty? It's really interesting play where half the float goes in the money at 30, but it includes the 29.99 forever. Anytime it gets close, you mind checking it out. Um, I kind of watched that when it was first like IPO'd and it was taken off. Um, they're definitely trying to keep it out of the money. It looks kind of good today, up 8%. Decent earnings. Yeah. Oh, at least their first reported. They have 2 reported earnings. I mean, it looks good. It found support. It'll probably move up through 30. When crypto turns around, when do you think that'll be? Fubo IV bumping? Uh, not really, no. Fubo's bumping a little. But the IV, yeah, IV doesn't look great on it. IV's dropped today on Fubo. What happened to Revlon? It's kind of dying off a little today. No, massive rev dump. Oh no. Judge denied motion. Okay. Shouldn't this halt? Yeah. It should have already. There it goes. It's halted. Ooh, how cheap is it gonna get? If I can already buy back my covered calls for nothing. Wait, what did fucking 35s drop to? Ooh. After judge declines to allow formation of equity committee. Yeah, I don't see why we need an equity committee. You guys are still playing Rev? Fuck yeah. Hmm. Alright, I'll see you in a bit, Alex. We do a pull between Rev 1 and Revoloni. I'm not calling it either of those things. Baracho, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Buying the dip? Depends on how much it dips. You're unfazed by the rev drop. When do you think it really runs? Or you don't think it you don't think and it's just a gamble? No, I think it can really run at some point. It's just determining when that run is gonna be. It's gonna be kind of random. So all you can do is have exposure to it, right? These things can take time, especially when shorts get underwater and stuff, because they're gonna use every trick in the book to kick out their obligations as much as they can. Wasn't that what Revlon actually wanted? Yeah. Yeah, Revlon pushed back against the shareholder equity committee. As did the debtors, of course. Is there a way to tell if it's long selling or short selling? Not really. It kind of looks like short selling. Does it kicking the can increase obligations and dig them in a deeper hole? Well, not if people like give up or the company goes under. Some unsold. Let's crash the fucking stock and grab our FTDs that way. Shellstoles? What's a shellstole? Thank you, Seacraft. Shitholes? Fucking Ivy. Spy's still moving up. It didn't slow down. Jimmy Ivy creeping up a little bit, but not a lot. Don't halts only if they occur at the end of the day. So a halt would have to occur into close to push out obligations into another day. Jimmy just broke VWAP. I like that. Re-entry on spy puts? I'm waiting. Yeah. Oh, little guy. All my images. Huh. Ah, there he is. Zero Hedge now tweeting about Revlon. I don't like that, and also like it at the same time. Are they the ones that are always calling for like 2 p.m. fucking margin calls? What significant events are coming up for Bobby that may be a catalyst for price improvement? Um, Forced settlement from Reg Show, if it reaches that point. I'm increasingly convinced long volatility plays are gone now. OPEX ain't doing what it once did. That's fair. That's FX hedge. Oh, okay. Here's an alternative. Don't get your stock information from fucking Twitter. Why is Tesla not following the SPY? Why would it have to? Chat crying, bullish. Yeah. RC tweet silence means big things inbound. Yeah, or alternatively, he just has nothing to say. What's the earliest day Rev? It could go on Reg Show at any time. Later, Diddles. RC too busy spending his $60 million. Seriously. I can't sell anymore. Have we just a normal day of fuckery or any indication that OPEX is nigh? Listen, man, I'm holding my options into close. Alright? If you don't want to, don't. I don't give a fuck. Shorts against Rev haven't been very subtle. Any thoughts on what that may indicate? No. I mean, you kind of don't expect them to be subtle at this point, right? When the company's staring down bankruptcy, you expect their shorting to be far more obvious. And they're underwater too, so they're kind of in a desperate position. Like they can't really let the stock run above 10 because, then there's too much gamma, and if the put call like the put call skew on Revlon flips and they start up pricing calls, it's going to do like a very similar thing to what Bobby did. I nailed 1,000 shares at 616 exactly. Nice, man. This is a token of my appreciation for you making me a more apt trader. Thank you so much, HA. I appreciate that, dude. Congratulations. That's a good price. Rev options coming in. The drop was 15 minutes ago. I don't know. Go look. Fucking ask me. You know what website to go to? Did you answer my question while I was AFK about what site you used to monitor dark pool volume? Like intraday? I just use like Market Chameleon. You get my wife's name correct? It's Kristineth. If Rev has no shares, who would be selling in the $6 price range? Is this just shorting via puts? Could be. Yeah. Could just be shorting via shorting. Dark pool utilization go up? For which, Dork? For what stock? For Revlon? Probably. I'll look. Yeah. It's now it's at 43%. It was at 43% right at the drop. So it's delayed, remember. But like right after the unhalt, it was at 43%. Oh, you'll look for Dork, but not me. You know I can't read. Relax, Daniel Taylor, eldest of Dan. That's what I would do if I had like that kind of money. I would just buy an obscene number of $35 calls and then tell the Wall Street Journal that I bought all the shares outstanding. What time are you dumping GME calls? Later today. Revlon James down by 1. Was waiting for the pass from J.R. Smith, but Smith dribbled it out of bounds. Now Revlon has to play Tenacious D and hit the clutch shot by 4 p.m. preferably. I will say the dips don't last long. You gotta have an anonymous source. Tell them that a secretive billionaire did it. Well, yeah, of course. You missed, Carl. What's your GME cover call strategy? If no price action today, 2 weeks slightly above the current price? Yeah, probably. How many cover calls of Rev have you sold? 25? They're up about 25% right now, roughly. Which option flow data do you want? Shiftsearch.com. Vup song if Jimmy confirms a break at VWAP. Sure. Imagine if Jimmy did a thing. That'd be so cool. That'd be pretty nice. I wouldn't mind. What shift? Shift. With an F. Shift. Nice, Pookie Master. What do you think will happen to Bobby end of day? Maybe more $10? Looks like my GME CSP will result in buying their shares at 34. Not great, but not terrible either. Well, how much premium did you receive? Also, why are people selling CSPs above gamma neutral? Phase spread, 36 cents. Hmm. Is Rev dead? No, I can't send Ko-Fis. Is that because you're out of money? Did you lose it all on that shitty stock you kept trying to get everyone to buy? Oh man, that's gross. Yes. How did you know? ACIW. Well, it didn't look great when you were going on about it. This is getting boring. Really? Ko-Fis are getting internalized. I don't believe you guys. I'm gonna check. No, they're not. Lies. Check ENVX. I think it has its own OPEX. I hate everything about the way you just phrased that, but it just runs on OPEX. It's got kind of a fat float. Oh, what's Fubo doing? Yeah. Yeah, Revlon's still looking pretty good. I love the taxes scare tactic. Oh, yeah. I already checked it. It looks meh. Do you have a cutoff price or cutoff time for your OPEX position today? 31 would be the price. Fools. Thank you so much, Gilgamesh, King of Dans. We're internalizing Ko-Fis. Look at me. I'm the Ko-Fi MM now. They're not being internalized. It works just fine. Biden for giving 10K in student loans of income less than 125,000. Fuck. If they'd done this last, well, 3 years ago? Nah, I wouldn't have made it. Oh well. Why couldn't they have done this shit when I graduated from school? I did qualify for Pell Grants. So they could have done this the whole time. I know, right? I feel robbed. Oh, I had a scholarship too, but I still got student loans. Oh, stop. You still have more money than any of us. You're not hurting. That's not the point. School should be free, first of all. I am happy that people's lives are bettered. Obviously, it's a great thing that student debt's being forgiven for people, especially if that encourages more people to attend institutions of higher learning. Because less idiots is a world I want to live in. But I'm still a little angry about it. Poor is relative. If you make $125,000 a year and live in like fucking Nebraska, you know, you're not poor. But I was poor then. You can buy South Dakota with that kind of money. Same salary in California as poor. True. Yeah, is that gross income or is that net? $125K in Fairfield, Connecticut puts you on the poverty list. Isn't Connecticut like relatively inexpensive? I had like a lot of friends move out of the city to there, and like they all said they did it because it was cheaper. No way, Connecticut's insane. Hmm. I mean, everything's cheaper than New York City. Very pricey. Interesting. I think people don't understand how rich people are. My wife and I will combine over 400K this year in Wisconsin, and I'm not yacht shopping or anything. Well, yeah, I mean, yachts are not cheap, right? Isn't New York as expensive as SF? I think it's more right now. They go back and forth between the two, but I think New York's more this year, or yeah. I've only been to Connecticut like a few times. Like, well, in parts of Connecticut, like around Connecticut a few times. I don't really know that much about it. Well, I used to work in Stamford, but I would travel from the city, like I just commuted. But I never went anywhere. Like I just went to work and then I went back to the city. Uh I've been to New Haven and it's like somewhere with boats by the ocean. It's got a weird name. Mystic? I think it was Mystic. Yeah, Mystic. I worked in Hartford for a bit. I ran out of shit to do there after 2 days. How long have you lived in New York City? Off and on for most of my life. I said Stamford, not Stanford. Jimmy broke VWAP and I didn't play the VUP song. Now I play it.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
I don't have any rev contracts right now. That's Jimmy. Jimmy's the one with the green candles. It's our old buddy. GameStop. Can you give the Wi-Fi password to Mr. Diggs so he doesn't have to spend all his money on phone data, seeing as he's keeping you company by working from home outside your window? I really don't want to. So I started peeing when you played the song. Naturally, I started dancing. Now there's piss everywhere. Thanks, Shill. Got it, Carl. That makes it even more worth it for me, just so you know. Oh no, SS was right. You're a broke college dropout living at your parents' house. I wish. I wish I hadn't paid to go to school, and I wish I could live at my parents' house. My laundry would get done. I wouldn't have to clean shit. I'm gonna call my mom. I've been trying to move back in with my parents for years, right? Fuck being a grown up. What's it like to have your parents like you? Who said they did? Actually, I missed a little because I was dancing. My immediate reaction was to say out loud, bearish. Or, oh man, something's wrong with me. It's okay, Carl. You'll get better. How late in the day of OPEX have we seen a run? Afternoon, 12:69. GDP predictions for tomorrow? Shit, right? Our economy's not in a good place. They kick you out? No. I mean, I just like, I haven't lived at home since I was, fuck, in high school. But do your parents know you're a streamer? Oh, parent. I only have one. When does Jackson's Hole start? Whenever you get there, peanut butter and pickles. Just wait till your parents are moving to your house. Oh, I'll move to another country. Immaculate Conception? I knew it. What happened to your dad? He ran off and then he died. Were you conceived by the stock market like Anakin Skywalker? Yeah. Paper handed? Yeah. I think a lot of people in here have paper handed dads. That's why they diamond hand their weeklies so hard. Jackson's Hole equals Catalina wine mixer. Probably. Are you the one who will bring balance to the tendies? The Greeks are strong with this one. Okay, that's enough. We don't need a messiah narrative. This place is already culty enough. Higher highs, higher lows for Jimmy so far. If you had 1,000 ape share, what would you do with them? You don't want the answer to that. You know, I had it all planned out. If I wasn't able to access my Cash App account and Ape was released and distributed to me, I was going to paint my face with clown makeup live on stream. Thankfully, I was able to sell my AMC before that happened. You're supposed to squeeze the shorts, not join them. Bring balance to the market, not leave it in darkness. That's horseshit. You guys have never bought stocks on Cash App? It's at least as good as Robinhood. I didn't remember my password. I had to fax the risk department my ID, which I had to get notarized. It was actually a nightmare. And probably cost me almost as much money. Do you know how much money it costs to send a fax? It's like $30. How do I DRS my ape? I don't know. Contact AMC Investor Relations. It's just Adam Aaron's cell phone. What's an e-fax? The cost of faxes is the greatest financial crime in history. It's up there. I don't know if they have fax machines at the library. You got ripped off? I mean, probably. I just sent it at the notary place. I assumed it was going to be free, but when I got the itemized receipt, it was $30. I've asked at least 6 questions and you ignore me. So I'm going to go sit on a pickle now. Well, that sounds, I mean, depending on your proclivities, that could be enjoyable. So Jimmy she was just asking me questions about what things are going to happen in the future and how to manage your position, William. I'm busy talking about fax machines and trying to deny my own messiahhood. Jesus Christ, the spy's falling off a cliff. This is very unpleasant. How long is the rev play? I don't know. Longer? My VIX position loves seeing the SPY tank. Well, my lack of SPY shorts and my long positions aren't fond of it. Fopex. Okay, that's awesome. You can call it whatever you want. Is it a meeting? Is that revenues bad? No, not really. I kind of expected. I think they just tried to use the opportunity to short. Big Maple Tree, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll
Happy birthday, Gurk.
get you added after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance.
Pseudopex? It's not as good though. Fopex was better.
Cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VWAP, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he.
Did you go weapons or magic? Magic? And then I stopped playing it.
When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I really don't want Jamie about VWAP today. I don't know. The SPY tanked, like, right as it was bouncing on VWAP. Like, pretty hard. So, we'll see. If we get, like, a good bounce back here, maybe we'll see a little more pressure on GME. I think that MM is still like net negative gamma. So they're still selling into sell pressure, which is unfortunate. Any special reason? I just don't have time to fuck around with like leveling up characters in RPGs. If Rev chops here just below my cost basis, I'm considering adding more to my position over the course of the next month instead of repositioning. Am I dumb? Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, Rev carries a huge amount of risk. I mean, everyone interested in it should understand that. It's very important. A tremendous amount of risk. So it's not something that I would like full port YOLO into, right? At least not for any extended period of time. But it has very compelling potential. Rev is risky? Not for you, right? Because like whatever you lose, your wife will pay off. Wednesday's the last day they can force the stock down. Which stock? Jesus fucking Christ. The SPY's selling off really fucking hard today. I don't like this. Why is there so much volume all of a sudden? Did someone say something? No. No news. Fed's finally doing some QT? Maybe. Is Fubo below 380 long gone, or could it possibly drop back to that 250, 275 level again? I mean, I kind of hope it does. That'd be really awesome. My current cost basis is a little high, like just above $4. So I'd like to. I haven't fully bought into the position yet. I still have about 50% more capital that I'm going to DCA in with, but I'd love to get it at like the 3 to 350 range. Could be this. Maybe. US has responded to Iran's comments on EU nuclear text for revival of pact. Seems more political than anything. I don't know what that would affect. I'm not ignoring this student debt thing. We talked about it already. We talked about it for like 20 minutes. Drop before 1269. We'll see. Student debt thing is bad for the market? Not necessarily. You're really gonna ignore Girk talking about the student loan thing? I don't know if I'd call it robbing taxpayers to pay for others' poor financial decisions. I'm sure that money could be much better spent on like putting ashtrays into fighter jets that you can't smoke in. God knows that the military isn't like a social welfare program. Oh, are we about to get political? Maybe a touch, yeah. It's not even red versus blue. It's just don't be fucking ignorant, right? The military provides education, healthcare, what else? Housing and salaries. Some of these things for life to millions of Americans, right? Millions of poor Americans. Because people with money don't join the fucking military. But it's okay to pay for this, but not okay to just pay for that. Come on. What fucking difference does it make? They're just moving taxes from one thing to something else. Don't worry, they'll do it equally ineffectively both places. They pay the ultimate sacrifice? Some do. Most don't. My friend joined the Marines and he sat in an office for 4 years and gained 300 pounds. Yeah, most jobs in the military are not active combat, okay? I risk my life every time I get on the subway. As a current member of the Air Force, what Girk speaks is true. I mean, I can't tell you the number of people I know that went into the military strictly because they were poor, and it was like the only way out. They didn't go because of patriotism or anything else. They wanted to go for free college and medical care. So instead of making that a thing, why not just give people free medical care and education? I think we'd be a lot more productive as a country. In the interests of making more money, I'm all about it. As someone who likely or statistically pays more in taxes than you do. Construction has the highest rates of injury and death, plebs. Isn't it like commercial fishing? Maybe as like a percentage of whole. I'm sure there's far fewer commercial fishermen than there are people who work in construction. Why would doctors want to be government employees? Well, if doctors had free education and it didn't cost 400 grand, they probably wouldn't mind. Maybe you'd actually get doctors that cared about patients instead of about how much money they made. You know, other countries with socialized medicine have doctors too. They don't make as much money as American doctors, but they're still doctors, which is fucking crazy. I know. Imagine being a doctor and a civil servant. Fuck. That's a lie. No doctors outside of the U.S. Alex Goslin, thanks for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it.
You're killing GME. Ah, fuck.
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling.
Well, it's time to cut my weeklies.
Praise be to RC and the VWAP, please, cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
I'm not a doctor, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. All right. That's reasonable. How is it liberal propaganda? Preach on that military and industrial complex. Also, are you bullish on Raytheon Lockheed for all the profits from the Ukraine war? Congress pumping like 30 billion so far. Oh yeah, absolutely. Once those earnings start to hit from February, whew, Lockheed's gonna rip. I don't know about Raytheon. They're not my favorite company, but cutting your 9/16s? Not yet. Can Rev recover today? Sure. Will it? Probably not. Actually, owning a traveling petty zoo with a mini horse and a tranquilizer gun is the second most dangerous job in America. Nice. As an anti-American brigadier shill, can you recommend an Italian restaurant in SoCal? I can't. I never ate at any that were good. Would you hold September 16 GME calls after today? No. Are you holding Docu 120s? Nope. I already sold those. During market crashes, being a financial advisor becomes the most dangerous job in America. I can see that. Assuming no OPEX run today, how do you see GME playing out in the remainder of the week? Just down. Down or sideways. I mean, it's not going to do a lot, right? You were correct. I finished 39 years, joined because I was poor. I did want to serve my country. A small percentage of Americans ever serve, and only 17% of those that do reach 20 years. That's a long time. Mozza? I've been there. It's okay. Puka de Beppo? So give Jimmy a few more hours before selling cover calls. Yeah, I'm not greedy. If Jimmy does not run today, would you sell out of the money CCs? Yep. I know it hasn't hit GN yet, but it doesn't look good. You have to have a margin account to do PMCCs because they require you sell naked calls. Okay, I'm in Jackson's Hole. What do I do now? I don't know, get a safe word? Can you do a quick rundown on covered calls, please? What do you want to know? Jackson 019, please stop talking about my hole. This is a decent entry point for Rev. It's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. It's tough. Because the last time I didn't buy at $6, it then went up to like $10.50. But I'd really rather buy it at like 5. How far do you typically sell CCs? 7 to 14 days. Just basics. Sorry, learning. I have a video on the other channel about them, Mike. On School of, what's it called? School of Stock. There's a link in the thing below where you're looking at me. What are the negative catalysts in Rev that would lead to downward price action? Or are we just waiting for October meeting to see if Perelman lights the cannon? The October meeting could be interesting. If it stays listed, that'll be pretty bullish. I don't know if there's any negative catalysts. There's just, it could go to 0 and you could lose everything. That's what could happen. And then, you know, the shorts are right. Can we just take a moment to recognize Carl's achievement of becoming a registered fiduciary? Congratulations, Carl. Yeah, that's it. That's the link to the other channel with information about covered calls. What's Rev at? $6.76? Oh, I was gonna link the OnlyFans. No, Fluffy, that's only, we don't link that in public. Why the phase calls? Oh shit, I got filled on them. Well, it looked exciting for a second. Now I know why I got filled on them. I like the spread. See what happens. Where did Revlon go? Thoughts on UVXY shares calls going into September. I'm a bear. You'd probably want them a little further out after the September Fed meeting. Maybe October would be a better target range. How much do you think canceling student debt has to do with making sure student loan asset-backed securities don't default? Maybe to some degree. I mean, I don't really think you're going to see a lot of defaults there, right? Like, they can always take money out of like people's taxes and like take money out of their salary, especially on like the federal student loans. Like, can't they see? They can seize your wages and they can seize your tax returns too. So, I would imagine that the default rate on those isn't that high. They probably identified the amount at which the most debt could be forgiven. That like 10 and 20,000 limit. This is the stack I was going to send to the quants last week, but I did a lot of research. That's one is going to go live any day now, and there are a ton of warrants. The high SI is just warrants. Be very careful. Yeah, I know about the warrants, Vance. I looked into it a little bit last week, but the spread's getting really wide. So if it pops on the illiquidity before the warrants hit, then it may have a really nice run. Like $7-8. I don't think it's gonna go crazy, but don't most people have like 50K in student debt? Well, they're forgiving 20 if you qualified for Pell grants, right? JJG and wheat are the two like grain ETFs. I haven't seen any AMC drama. I don't care, right? Like I don't care if they're unable to sell their fucking ape shares. I don't care if they lose all their money. I've moved beyond even giving a shit about anybody who still owns AMC at this point. If I buy a put and rev goes to 0, will there be a market to sell to? I mean, you can exercise it, right? Pell grants are for low income? Yeah. Lots and lots of people receive Pell grants. It's not that low, I don't think. It's just actually I don't remember how low it is. But this policy doesn't encompass private loans. No, I don't think so. $12.69 dud. I mean, everything's moving up at $12.69. Just not a lot. What's the latest time OPEX came to a fruition on Wednesday for GME? What was it? 3:30 p.m. in February. I don't expect us to run at this point. My expectations are pretty much gone. I'm simply going to hold exposure until the end of the day. So your DM, it's about Rev in the court hearing today. I already know about it. I already read the entire brief. Yeah, I know that the judge ruled against the equity committee. I wasn't in the play for the equity committee anyway. I don't think anybody was. Why Fubo 550s? Oh, I was curious if it would run for OPEX. It didn't. It ran for the ETF FTDs, so I thought maybe it would run for OPEX again. Mostly Ivy just crushed on them really hard. Do you think Zero DTs on GME just have the money a good play Tuesday because of the 1.6 million FTDs? Oh, from the split? No, those were gone like a couple days later. Those didn't carry over. Yeah, I hate to break it, but most people earn less than $125,000 a year. Is there a way to make an average stock spread to stock price ratio? Nope. Did you say how you hedged your GME OPEX positions? I didn't. If they don't print me money, I'll just sell extra covered calls. I'll sell like another 100 covered calls. If you live in the Midwest and make over 100K a year, that's when you just use the extra income on weeklies. Is there a way to find out how much underwater rev shorts are? E.g., how many shares, options, at what prices? No, not really. Or you can look at out of the money puts. And like OI that was opened when they tried to crash it down to 1, like when the bankruptcy was announced. Dude, 90% sure there isn't some weird stock holiday loophole thing. There's no holidays for this settlement period. It'll be the latest time we could see some OPEX action. End of the day today. F-Man theory dead? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Alright, it does look, yeah, it looks dead. I'm not seeing any indication that we're gonna see price action today. I'm gonna wait because it can happen unexpectedly, but I'm not seeing any indication anything's gonna happen. For out of the money CCs, what delta would you typically target after an OPEX? I'd probably still like 0.2 or 0.1. I'm selling a lot of them though, so I'm not taking like a lot of risk with them. Like if I sell covered calls today, like, and we stay at this current price, I'm probably gonna sell like September 9s at like 40 or 42. And I'll probably sell like, I don't know, like 1,000 of them or something. So talking about 1.2 million FTDs Tuesday next week. It's from the post like split FTDs, but they're irrelevant. I don't think they're going to cause any price action. Maybe a little bit, but not much. Fubo shares calls here. Shares aren't a terrible price. This was kind of the upper range for where I'd be willing to buy them. I'd like to get them lower, like between 3 and 350 would be ideal. It's a long play though. Also, stop asking me about fucking Fubo. Will Jimmy run a little without OPEX? Probably not. Is there any hope in a post-split dividend effect on Jimmy, similar to what happened with Tesla? But that wouldn't be until like September. Why do you want to talk about Fubo? Because I already did the write-up, and everyone asking me about it didn't read it. What are you going to sell the 5.5 9/16s on Fubo? I should have sold them this morning. Probably sell them now. The 50s? I don't know how I feel about this. Hey, Greg, I can only see you occasionally. Always appreciate your end of day. Sorry if you've gone over this, but what do you think the chances of Rev going... Hold on. Rev going over 9 in the next couple weeks. Slim? Pretty slim. Did you buy Fubo just for OPEX? Yeah, so I bought some exposure to OPEX, hoping that it might start running on OPEX again, but the play is not for OPEX. I started buying it before it even ran, like, a couple weeks ago. What if I don't have access to it? Get access to it? I don't fucking know. I'm not gonna do like 30 hours of stock research and then give it away to you for nothing. GME, BBBY, shit like that, sure. But the rest of it, no. Also, then I don't have to answer questions about it. Which is maybe more valuable. Or alternatively, you know about the play, do your own research, which you should do anyway. So we just sold Tesla CCs. How long till after the split will it be safe? I'm probably gonna sell them post split. I don't have any out right now. We'll see. We'll see how the reaction is after the split. Is your gelato write-up available for free? Of course. Wouldn't that make this a good buying opportunity? Potentially. Unless we're gonna fall through it. It's about time that the excessive bullishness that has existed on GameStop for the last 3 months for no apparent reason breaks down. Weren't you here for like March? And where can I see your write-up on Fubo? It's in the Dillionaires chat in the country club on the Pickles Picks. What is a Fubo? That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. Thanks, B-Diz. Hit me up on the Discord, man. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us
Remember, I kept rolling and rolled to March 18th, and then I was broke and it ran the next week. I feel like I remember arguing with you in January to roll out to April, and you were like, I don't want to, I'll take my chances.
fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the
Do you remember that conversation?
no collusion. And we might be apes, but
I had that conversation with a few people.
this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Where can we get access to your grandma's eggplant parm recipe? You can't. You ever stop and think that maybe it do be like it has been because it is? Sometimes. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. I made eggplant parm a couple weeks ago and used sauce from a jar. Fight me. I feel like you already lost, though. Well, August doesn't seem promising. Does it make you bullish for September? More so? I'll still want to see everything fall into place for September, though. Like, we'll still want to see, you know, shorting, negative delta, all the things we didn't have for August. September 16, 15 sees dead, down about 80 cents since purchase. I bought 10 of them. Do you think there's any hope to recover by expiry or cut losses and roll to Jan? If you're down 80%, I'm assuming that you bought them very close to the top of a run. You probably should have cut losses a long time ago and rolled them out. I mean, now it's... Yeah, I mean, they're down 80%, sure. I mean, you can roll them out, but there's not much left there. I think we'll go below 30. I just hope not till after Friday. Are you getting into your spy puts before end of day? No, still probably not till towards the end of the week. Puts on the table until the 2nd. For what? Spy, oh spy, how well you die. O Gurk, thou puts runneth dry. Perhaps more puts will go berserk. We'll see. I mean, I'll reposition into puts. I did good on them this week. It was nice. I didn't tell you Rev was gonna rip today. Not at all. Why does your chart have more candles than mine on the same time frame? Should be the same. Avaka down. Thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
Jimmy right back down to 32.51 again. What's the low? 32.44. It was 32.51 back here, right? Yeah, that was the same low. So third bottom. GDP data tomorrow? I think it comes out in the morning. 8:30, probably 8:30 a.m. They're crushing call IV. Yeah. Jimmy dark pool utilization and IV changed. IV's down today. Dark pool utilization. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it since earlier. I don't know why that would matter. Revlon's is up 38.7%, so low. So Rev just sits around like a dry piece of pasta because of the low liquidity. Yeah. Thanks, dude. Congratulations, Avacadon. Any chance of crushing calls to get people to sell off like Feb 21, then run it like crazy before end of day? Maybe, but that's only happened once. I mean, I still have calls open. I'm not happy about it, but they're there. Does anyone know the average premium they receive from selling weeklies? Selling weeklies CCs on Revlon. I mean, the IV is really high, so it's not bad. Although 0.1 delta is really far out of the money. But like 0.25 is like 35 cents for like next week's expiration. I just have my positions forced closed by my broker selling cash secure puts. Just a PSA to fellow Euro apes. Don't forget that your cash collateral is subject to changes in currency conversions. Oh, yeah, that could burn you. They didn't give you a warning on like time to deposit ahead of time? If Fubo squeezed to 22 before Friday, what would your reaction be? I'd be okay with that. I have like a lot of calls and shares. If it squeezed to 22, I mean like I'd sell out of my long-term position entirely, right? I just got an email 20% off an entire order from BBBY. We're fucked. Ashley Smith, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Message me on the Discord and I'll get you set up after the stream.
Yeah.
Thanks, Wi-Fi for fan. You too. What's the next lower resistance for GMA? Ooh, that's a good question. If we fall through this, 3165, then 3073, then 2983. Remember, on the downside here, if we do see a downside, there's not a lot of historic support below us post split. There's none actually. This is the lowest, almost the lowest price point we've hit since the split. The lowest being like 3209. That's not extended hours. Let me see what extended hours. That was before the split. Yeah. So 3209 is the lowest we've been. I think that was before the split too, actually, right? No. That was after the split. Yeah, that was the post split like sell off. We hit 3209. That was our low. So we're very close to hitting that already. September 2nd looking bearish for Bobby. What's with everybody and their obsession with September 2nd? Where's this coming from? You do know that forced settlement on Bobby begins after market close on September 2nd, right? Since we're so close to GNTN, is it not worth switching to puts? So I already sold CSPs this morning. Well, puts. I shouldn't say CSPs. They're not secured. I sold puts below gamma neutral already this morning on our first low test. What tends to be your most profitable time frame to sell out to? Usually the next Friday. Sell weeklies at the start of each week. Thanks, Kirk. I mean, you can do them on Friday the week before, too. Be Diz Ventures. Can you sell your Jimmy calls so we rip? Take one for the team. No. What are the advantages of using margin to sell puts if you have the appropriate amount of cash in your account? You just generate income. I mean, I have enough cash in my account. Well, almost enough cash to cover the puts I sold. But you know, you're selling them for income generation. So you're not, I mean, you're obviously not like getting the best premium out of them because you don't want to get assigned because they're naked. But mostly you're just harvesting IV. Can you get Lenixis to sell his Jimmy calls so we can rip? Didn't he sell them yesterday? Is this the worst OPEX on Jimmy or what? Yeah, without a doubt. Oh, I'm just holding them into close. There's no signals. This is, in fact, a no pex. So far. I mean, don't get me wrong, we could still rip at the end of the day out of the blue, but the chances are extremely slim. I like those odds. Up 80% on an 826 36cc. Should I sell? You mean buy back? Or be greedy? I mean, that's pretty good profit. I mean, it's up to you, but it's really good profit. You've got 2 days of risk left on the table. This is the biggest NOPEX we've had in 24 months. Longer? I should have stuck to SPY puts instead of all these bullish calls. Why? The SPY hasn't really gone down much in the last couple of days anyway. It's just static. Like, you wouldn't have made any fucking money on SPY puts either. If you had SPY puts going into this week, which a lot of us did, that was very profitable, but the rest of this week has not been. It can't be worse than the NOPEX back in March. What March OPEX ran like fucking 160%. This might be the only OPEX period this year that didn't have any price improvement. Feb ran though. Like it was shitty, but it ran. Yet. Fair. Rev pushing up on VWAP. Has any OPEX waited till the last minute on a Wednesday? Only one. And that was February 2021. That was the only one that ever did it. And they halted it into close and then started covering in after hours and into the next day. Send you a chart of how much each OPEX ran. Oh, that's fun. November 2020 kind of sucked. 218. Are you so you're just covering like the settlement, right? Not the T+2 carryovers. It's pretty good. Timing's very important, yeah, I agree. Yeah, just Friday selling Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What are you saying for SPY puts going forward? Buy some for the next couple weeks? No, I'm gonna start rebuilding a short position on the SPY probably towards the end of this week. I might get some exposure to the economic data in the morning tonight, but going into like next week, I want to start building up like a short position for like October, November. SPY about to cliff dive again? No, it seems okay. Rejection here would be bad. Hit the neckline. I think maybe pull back to the 30 and then recover, which it kind of already did. We'll see. The volume's super fucking low, though. SPY's only traded 25 million volume today. We haven't seen a dark pool dump yet today. We saw one earlier. I think it was like right around here, at like 11, when all the stocks kind of ran up together. And that was it. I don't really think we saw much for like 12. 1229 didn't really have anything. Yeah, it was just this one. That one seemed like a dark pool dump, but the rest of them were just correlated with the SPY. When Rev goes up at the same time as the SPY, is there any indication that's back in ETFs? Is that active fund pressure or more like institutional buys and sells? It can be active mutual funds too, right? Not necessarily ETFs. And I think Revlon's still owned by a few mutual funds, not many, but a few. Do I have leap price to buy in? I like sub 90. Ideally 50, 60. As the largest individual shareholder of Genworth Financial, what's your opinion about Tapas? Pretty good stuff. Thanks for the bag, Shill. No problem. If Revlon gets liquidated, how can we score one of those sweet government bailouts and dump our bags on the tax-paying poors? Oh, you are the tax-paying poors. You're all wrong. This is not NOPEX. This is crime. Is it? Looks like 2:45 Eastern. Volume started to come in on February 2021. Yeah. I remember it started to run really hard by like, I think it was like 3 o'clock-ish. At that end of the day, it just went nuts. Into the end of the day. When does QT start? I guess whenever the Fed feels like it. They're a bit behind, one could say. It doubles up in September. Will GME ever hit 45 again? I'm sure someday. Oh yeah, 824 is the day my far out of the money GME calls 20x'd and I didn't sell them. Ah, memories. Getty broke above 30. Oh, cool. Vital lists 42 mutual funds with Rev exposure. There you go. How can you be so certain of a downturn? Haven't you heard that the NFT marketplace is pulling in $3,000 a day? That's free money right there. I've heard. Purple blood dot. Thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
Is it possible the split did something to end OPEC cycles? Absolutely.
Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion.
Someone's on the sub said the NFT marketplace has made enough money to buy a mid-sized home in Michigan. That's just pure profit, Gurk. Yeah, I know. Hey, look, I'm green on something today. Rev wouldn't get delisted unless it goes bankrupt, right? Yeah. Like, unless they go out of business, they'll probably continue to remain listed through Chapter 11 proceedings. We'll see, obviously. That's at the discretion of a private board. They'll make a decision on it, but it's unlikely it gets delisted. Sorry to hear that, Batty McBadface. Depends. They pull a Hertz. That'd be cool. The DTCC stole from us. It's not hyperbole. It sounds a bit hyperbolic. What do we do if the split ends the cycles? Trade other stocks? We can't say OPEX is dead yet. It's still too soon. If nothing happens in September, yeah, then it's fucking dead. But I think Rev will bounce before October. I mean, it's going to have an FTD cycle in early September, just like everything else. But there are no other stocks. Yes, there are. It's getting chilly in here. It does that every once in a while. There's already been a quarter of nothing. June, July, and August. What do we hit? Man, your definition of nothing is different than mine. Jimmy did nothing but go up for 4 months. From like end of May through August 17th. What stops them from covering OPEX obligations a day or two or a week or two late? There's no extensions for the obligations. They're just they're closed. That's it. Which just means that there aren't any. At least not due right now, right? We want big ups, not little ups. Well, you take what you get. Do you see the cost to borrow on phase? I do. But that's not on OPEX T plus 2. I mean, some of it was. I went over this yesterday. I'll go over it again. But all of the OPEXs recently resulted in improved price action. Even over the last quarter. Even ones that, you know, we normally wouldn't play. But May, June, and July all went up. These are both 20%. This was 70%. Fucking even April went up. Not a lot, but it went up. %. I mean, obviously no one was in that one, but it still went up. July was just OPEX, right? And then it ran up into the split. That was both, I guess. July 22nd was the split. Yeah, so. But it's both, right? August FTDs were right on time. I mean, that's cool. Am I rich yet? Next week, 80-30, 1.6 mil. FTDs on GME. Do you think we'll have some price improvement? No, not really. Any minute now, this rocket's gonna take off for $40. I'd be very happy with that. Is it possible some of the OPEX moves are just retail pumping and dumping themselves, buying calls in anticipation of OPEX? I would say yes, but no, because those like offset OPEXs kind of had the same price action last year as well, and retail wasn't buying them at all. draw a box for this week that goes up 20%, it would look like this. It's just not gonna, I don't think it's gonna happen. People need to think in pre-split prices. We went from 130 to 174, from 726 to 88. That was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. ETF FTDs were pretty high, though, to be fair, so it was a lot of pressure. Much higher than they normally are. Do you think the early August run led to no OPEX obligations? I'm not sure. There's a chance that the BBBY run could have caused advanced covering of any obligations. That's what happened in November, right? They de-risked their positions when BBBY announced their share buyback. So we already had less obligations in November, and then they ran it up ahead of the expiration date. So then when like the OPEX settlement actually hit, it was very minimal. Are you still holding rev calls? No. I sold cover calls on it today. Yeah, I took profits on my leaps, which I think was a good idea. What are they selling at now? Yeah, less than what I sold them for, so it's a positive. Have you ever been watching the chart and gone, intraday cup and handle before remembering that's not a real thing? No. I can't say that I have. You sold your Jan 23s on Rev? Yep, I'm going to reposition them. Would you consider waiting on cover calls on GME on a green day tomorrow or Friday? Probably not. I'm going to probably sell some today no matter what. Why are they keeping BBY so closely anchored to 10? Who's? What do you mean they? I mean, that's just where the majority of call and put volume is. Shouldn't there be a self-fulfilling prophecy with OPEX with all the FOMO call action? No, because there's less and less interest in GME over time. Do you still have rev shares? If so, what's the cost basis? $7.94. Nope, crime. How come GME's volume is so minimal? Even on NoPEXs, is it sus to have so little volume? Yes. It's very odd. Even on NoPEXs, it's suspicious that we don't have price improvement. Why GME be how it do? It just do what it do, you know? I wonder if I should take advantage of the still kind of high IV on Fubo and sell some CCs. But at what? What do I sell them at? 50? A 26-cent reduction. What do I sell it for? Get greedy. Yeah, sell them at 4. Do you think the price action on Mara and Riot on Monday suggests they are sensitive to OPEX? No, they're just sensitive to crypto movements. For the most part. I mean, if they're getting heavily shorted, maybe, but I don't think they are. I know Mara has a lot of options interest. I just don't know if it's... I don't know if, like, the short interest is persistent there. You know? I feel like I used to trade Mara a lot, and I would say that the short interest is generally over very short periods of time. Percent chance on after hours rip, extremely low. Is JP Morgan still in GME? I think so. They have calls, if I remember correctly. Yeah, absolutely, Colonel Mustard. That's on puts for NVIDIA earnings today. I don't like playing earnings. When are you going to reposition SPY puts? I might get some exposure at the end of the day today. SPY just climbed back up over VWAP. So, yeah, we'll see. I think it would give earlier signals. You could just lower the smoothing and get this, like, a similar effect, right? It bothers me. Why is it a spaceship and not a space boat or a space dinghy? I don't know enough about nautical things to tell you, but those are 3 different types of boats, right? Like a ship and a boat are not the same. I don't know why they're not the same, but I know they're not the same. It's bothering me. I didn't ignore your question. I just... What? Crypto didn't have a matching movement on Monday, but did crypto move over the weekend? Yes, right? What's Bitcoin doing today? Bitcoin's up today. Mara's up today. I mean, it's tracking. MicroStrategy is better, by the way, for these. I wouldn't really call that like an OPEX move on either one of them, though. It's just like they're just up because Bitcoin's up, right? Hmm. For Evelyn Moasses, you should buy a John boat to sail the seven seas to your King Island mansion. That could be fun. Is there anything that did have an OPEX run today? Not really. I mean, Fubo started to this morning, and then it just died off. I guess Bobby's up 13% today. Holy shit. Nordstrom's got obliterated. 20% overnight? Do they have earnings? Kohl's sort of had like an OPEX kind of day and looks like it's going to run into close. That's about it. Yeah, nothing really ran. Even DDS is down today. Possible that everything was covered by poor OPEX was covered by the BBBY pandemonium last week. Yeah, they could have de-risked. It would have been hard to tell. Let's see, ETF FTDs were done on like the 5th, right? If I remember correctly, or the 8th? Was it the 8th? What was the highest? Anybody remember? I think it was the 8th. So, yeah, the run on the 16th that like all the meme stocks got, like the 16th and the 17th, that might have been de-risking. It's possible. I wouldn't say the volume was super crazy on that, though. What's the best way to find out rev, put, and call volume throughout the day? Try to see if we can correlate price with options flow. CBOE data. You won't be able to do it live, but MMAT up 8% today. All right. You explain de-risking? They cover shit early so they're not exposed. Like pre-hedging, essentially. The pours in here are making me nauseous. No, not Chicago Board of Education. MarketWatch spreading the news, I guess. I mean, it's only down 80 cents. Same like pre-gaming? Sure. How is Revlon even failing financially? They got hit really hard by the pandemic. Like it was really, really bad for them. They could probably recover, you know, now, but they may be too far underwater to pull it off. They have 2.43 billion in total assets and 4.45 billion in total liability. Total liabilities. Their quarterly profits between, I guess it's roughly about 300 million. But in 2020, it went from, you know, like 1.37 billion down to 1 billion. Climbed back up a little bit in 2021. I think mostly they're just super underwater with their debt. And the rising interest rates really put a ton of pressure on that, right? How low can Ivy go on GME? Oh, much lower than it currently is. Look how tight GME is right now. I'm turned on. We'll see. If Jan 50 calls for Bobby, Jesus. No, because IV will crush Lawrence. And since most of the value in those calls is implied volatility, I wouldn't want to hold them. I say the split. I didn't say the split affected OPEX. I said it could have. But yes, nothing's really running today. Do you play any instruments? Actively? No. What are the odds we aren't wearing shirts by the end of the day? Pretty fucking slim. Unless you're already not wearing a shirt. What are your thoughts on OPEX for Jimmy and Bobby? Doesn't look like it's happening on either one. At least not right now. I mean, we still have... I mean, I've gotten asked this question every 5 fucking seconds for the last 7 hours. No offense, Brandondale. I know you haven't been around. But dear God, people. You guys are all really bad at this. I made 10,000 today, only 90k to go. Get bent pores. Jesus. I fucking hate OPEX so much. Listen, if you don't know how to manage an options position, don't fucking buy options. If you're in like spending more money than you can afford to lose, don't do that. If you don't understand how this works, don't play it. How much have you managed to net this OPEX? Off of OPEX positions? Oh, I'm down like... Fuck, I don't know. I made money on Bobby and Revlon today. I lost money on GME and Fubo. Today, I'm down like 5 grand, I think. Not a great day. Good week. Very good week. I don't... No faith. There's no faith in anything. This is the stock market. $5 grand so far. Yeah, a lot could change in the next hour and a half. I'm buying higher delta contracts and it seems easier to manage them if the price doesn't drop. We've never had an OPEX this bad so far. Not since like 2020. Which would you be more worried about running with your covered calls, Rev or Fubo? Neither one. Freg's Day was pretty bad. Freg's Day also went up really hard, right? This one's just not doing anything, which is very odd. Yeah, we hit 250 on Freg's Day. Freg's Day was fucking awesome until it got rug pulled. I sold options like going into Freg's Day for like 12x. I rolled all that money forward into more contracts, which then got rug pulled. But at one point, money was made. Thanks for fucking it all up, Rob Davis. How could you? How could you do this to us? Do you have any ultra tinfoils on theories on why OPEXs have slowed? I have a theory on why we're not seeing much right now, but I don't want to give people hopium. It doesn't necessarily give credence to the idea that there's a big set of obligations due to the split. The only credence that could be given to big obligations due in September because of the split is simply because it's the next futures expiration date and the next ETF rebalance. Also, when the fuck did XRT come off of Reg Show? It got can-kicked to September, and RC is going to announce GM America to buy Rev, and we all become quadrillionaires and get space dinghies. Yeah, sure. Oh, back to Pickles picks. At least those actually make fucking money. No, XRT went on Reg Show in July, right? No, in June. Pickles picks are the backbone of my account. Entry on T-Doc. I wouldn't play the upside of T-Doc right now. Looks like XRT went off Reg Show 811. Okay. Nice. The last day of ETF FTDs. Perfect. I'm surprised that never... I didn't even know. There was no mention of it. That's weird. Jimmy isn't running because you've got 3 other shitty tickers on the screen. This used to be the only decent GME stream. One of those tickers is just the fucking market, dude. Servaldor, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Yay, Tesla dying? Really?
We might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a
Interesting.
chance, 'cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, 'cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, 'cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
Dying
man.
into the
Racks to
split.
5-10 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VWAP, please, 'cause I need GME to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't
No
that
way.
show. Motherfuck trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
SPY is the original meme stock. The poor should pay homage to its unmatched 70-year bull run. Yeah. It's the best. What mean dying into a split? I don't know. I'm not gonna go anywhere fucking near Tesla for probably a couple weeks. I might sell some covered calls tomorrow, but outside of that, I'm not touching that fucking thing. It probably's not even that flat, right? It's traded up and down. It's just staying on 10. This is where all the options interest is for this fucking stock. Excuse me, sir. Are you exercising self-control on the market equivalent of fentanyl? You realize XR2 is off reg show because you're so distracted by the rev rocket. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered either way. But it's good to know when it's cycling off and on. I'll have to mark it. Oh no, I did know that XRT went off reg show. I remember us talking about it and how they were gonna give us big downs because they had liquidity again. If OPEX is dead, what's your strategy selling CCs moving forward? If we can no longer anticipate price action, let's sell them out of the money. I mean, the positions might require a little more active management, but yeah. Just, use deltas, keep them safe. You can still use technical analysis. Like, if you can draw fucking 2 lines, you can sell covered calls. It's really not that complicated. Is it safe to assume that short vol positions have walked away, or they got fucked by the split? I swear to God, if we rip end of day for OPEX, everyone needs to get banned. If we rip end of day and halt into close for OPEX, I'm not streaming for the rest of the week. See you tomorrow. Yeah. I'm just gonna post, if we rip into close, I'm just gonna post gain porn on the Discord every night until Friday. Pigeon whale only. What will I do? Actually work at my job. Is this it? The show's 7 months, but it's been a year. It's been a year. Well, I finally have a chance to ask my question and have Girk answer it instead of his always ignoring me. Thank you for teaching us. Anyway, my question is, how do you... Nice. Well, you asked a question. You started the sentence with a question. Gordon Ramsay, Lar Espresso extraordinaire. Thanks, Daniel Mushrush. I appreciate it. Daily DD threads for the rest of the week. Options are the way. Thanks for all the fish, Super Stunk. It's so weird. I don't think anybody who uses the Reddit watches the stream. There's just this like massive disconnect between the two communities that I find hysterical. Like people on Reddit are like, Girk buys puts? Girk sells covered calls? I thought he was bullish on GME. And then the Discord's like, I sold all my GME to buy Rev. Like, is what it? Is this OPEX? Now? At 2:43 p.m.? I don't know. Can you make a lot of money selling CCs on the SPY if you have 100 SPY shares? Not really. Yes, but also no. Selling cash secured puts on the SPY is very profitable. I wouldn't do it in a bear market, but in a bull market, it's the way to go. And then you don't really want to own the SPY during a bear market, right? So the opposite trade kind of sucks. Wheeling SPY requires a lot of capital. Yeah, it does. You can also just get fucked so hard. I've wheeled the SPY before, and it can be a pricey endeavor. Want to sell me your Rev shares? If you buy back my covered calls. What are you having for dinner tonight? Hmm. That's a damn good question. I don't know. Are PMCCs same as bull spread? They are a what's the best way to describe them? They are a long call diagonal debit spread. They have the benefit of them is they have a reduced risk and capital. They're less capital intensive than a covered call. Wheel Apple, same like Wheel SPY. No, actually, wheeling Apple's great. Apple has probably some of the strongest supports in the S&P 500. I've made a lot of money selling cash secure puts on Apple. I'm not even gonna beat around the bush on it. It's one of my favorite stocks to sell CSPs on. The problem is it's very hard to get any decent IV on it. Like it very rarely drops or rises hard enough for you to get like a good amount of like IV to sell. Halo Top ice cream? I've never had it. Is that like one of the not? Why would I eat ice cream that doesn't have dairy? Isn't that one of the like non-dairy ones? You fill us with that sweet, sweet hopium you mentioned before. I'm used to being disappointed, and so is my wife. uh what kind of delta you sell those Apple CSPs at? Monthly, weekly? Weeklies 0.3, 0.4? Yeah, they're pretty atrocious right now. 0.25s, like 162.50s, are $1 each. That's not bad. How much are 165s? 165s are almost $2. And the worst thing that happens is you end up with Apple shares. Like, yeah, the return's low, but it's so consistently profitable, right? I was looking at monthlies earlier as a steady strategy. Yeah, that's not terrible. I like wheeling on Google. Yeah, Google's good. Amazon actually has really good IV right now. If I were doing it this year more, I would probably wheel like Amazon or how's Netflix's actually IV right now? It's a little more unstable, right? Yeah, I'd probably wheel like Amazon or Netflix. AMD is usually pretty good. It's a little low right now. Nvidia is really high, but I think that's because their earnings are coming up. Yeah, they have earnings tonight. Microsoft's terrible right now. Market volatility's up, so like SQQQ or TQQQ could be really good. Almost red, and I'm already up 50% up on puts. Nice. Where did you learn to trade? Trading? Like, I mean, I taught myself. There's nowhere to learn trading. There's not like a school for it. You can work in the industry and get experience that way, and you can teach yourself. Craigslist. The illustrious school of stonk. Yeah, but it's got 4 videos. How many years have you been trading for? 6 now? Almost 6. Jesus, I've been doing this stream a long time. I usually sell covered calls in the money. I try to. It depends on what I'm selling them on. You're on a course? That has nothing to do with trading, right? That's an MFE. It's a master's in financial engineering, but it's not trading so much it is like market plumbing, risk analysis and stuff. It's still very institutional, like academic finance, which is not focused on trading. It helps with trading. Halo Top is a lowish carb ice cream for keto people, but it's pointless because it has real sugar in it. Rebel tastes way better. I don't like artificial sweeteners. Rebel tastes way better, no sugar and better ingredients. This Ko-Fi is sponsored by Rebel. Thank you so much, Rebel Ice Cream. This is what I need more of. I need more food and espresso sponsorships. I don't use Thinkorswim. I've been wondering this for a while. Did you have a Gherk to help you learn trading when you were just starting out, or were you truly self-taught? Um, I had people that I knew that worked like in trading in the industry. You know, they were like they ran trading desks, or worked on trading desks, and then you know, I found like, I mean the amount of like online and trading communities back then was obviously much smaller, and most of them were very shilly, but there were a few that were cool, and you know, over time I found my way in and mostly out of those. But I don't know if I ever really found something like what, at least what I've tried to build here. Um, I think I've been pretty successful in building what I would have wanted to have had when I started trading. I think that's cool, even for the poors, right? I mean, it's still like an investment focused community. Even if it's just like the poors chat is only focused on a few stocks, it's still focused on, you know, trading and the things surrounding it, positioning, hedging, all the stuff you need to know. Wait, no, that's supposed to be BBBY. Fucking flat as shit, man. Did you ever go through a phase where you dumb as fuck moves? No. Did your education benefit you with trading stocks? Not my... Well, I guess a little bit, yeah. I can't say it didn't benefit me at all, but I don't think it was super applicable. I mean, I learned how to evaluate companies, right, and diversify portfolios, which is kind of fucking useless as a trader. But I guess evaluating companies helps, yeah. I mean, that's why I tell everyone to, you know, read Graham's writings and stuff, because understanding value and price is very important when you're a trader. People don't think it is, but it is. Have you ever used Craigslist? I mean, yeah, but you're a YouTuber, Grim, too. Don't discredit the prestigious school of stonk. Those 4 videos have taught me everything I need to know to profit. Is there a way for them to dodge OPEX? There's just no obligations. There's no... I don't think there's any outs this time. I just don't think there's any obligations. Or at least it would appear that there aren't any. What's the list of books you recommend to read for options and stocks? It's on the... If you go on the Reddit, it's on the wiki. Would you mind taking a look at Riven? Sure. It does not... This does not look good. Big fucking downside gap at like 28 to 26. Breaking down on a head and shoulders. I mean, I'd want to confirm it. Or short it. I'd probably buy puts if I was going to play this. Actually, no. Well, no. Maybe. It's a nice drop. That's like 25? It's very tempting. You know what? You son of a bitch. I'm in. Oh, why did Revlon look really exciting all of a sudden? Okay, there we go. I just checked out your first video on this channel. Whoa. Yeah, I know. Rebel doesn't use artificial sweeteners. It uses natural sweeteners and sugar alcohol. Aren't those bad for you? Like, using natural-based artificial sweeteners is still just equally bad. Like, don't they still spike your, like, blood glucose and... Thanks, Ryan. Short volume does not equal short long. Correct. Have you accepted Nopex into my heart? No. But I've accepted the reality of the situation, yes. Would you say meme stocks have helped or hurt your viewership? I don't know. I don't really care about that. Is Fubo in a descending wedge? I found that monk fruit and erythritol do not raise my blood sugar. Stevia, however, gives me sugar cravings after I use it. Interesting. No, I would not say that Fubo is in a descending wedge. At least not on like a more relevant time frame. Maybe on like the 1 hour. No, it's just kind of flatlined at the neck of that like Head and Shoulders. There's a little gap fill to the downside that it might push through down to like 382. But it looks like it's fairly stable in this range, like $4. Do you think there are any Rev FTD obligations still outstanding? Well, I mean, all the obligations that we've been experiencing price action from are from June, right? Then we have July obligations, and we'll have, August obligations, and so on. But will continue because of the rate at which it compounds them. What do you think is your best personal attribute that helps you most as a trader? I really don't care if I lose. Like, I don't like it, but I don't care. Like, money, I don't know, money doesn't have, like, a lot of emotional attachment for me, which I think helps a lot. I know that's a big problem for other people. Or, well, some other people. My theory is that since the money has been elevated for so long, they blew some split stuff off, and also some people sold. Not many, but enough. We hit 190 twice in August. September's next. That's fair. Canned Ham, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. I appreciate it. Hit me up over on the Discord, and I'll hook you up.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it.
What stock is that? Ribbon?
Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man.
Buying $1 bets.
Trades is popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'm a buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, the
I'm wondering why you don't use TOS. Oh, I hate TDA. I miss the good old days when you draw pickles. There's 4 pickles on the screen right now. All right. Shorting and or buying put positions on newish stocks with dividends, non-blue chips, equals some of the safest way to play downside in general. I mean, on newish stocks with dividends? Why would first of all, why would a new stock have a dividend? That would be concerning in and of its own right. But oh look, Revlon's breaking back up through VWAP. The little son of a bitch go. I'm gonna buy back my covered calls? Yes, I do. Well, I made some money off them, I guess. Back to Rev Long, I guess. Oh well. Anyway, shorting's never low risk though, or safe. I definitely wouldn't want to short newer stocks that are more volatile. No, Riven's chart is nothing like a Rev's chart is like GME. Yeah, they're looking pretty similar. Well, except GME's not ripping on volume right now, and Rev is. Can I ask for a school stock videos about more basic concepts, like how to turn on my computer or which browser I should use to maximize profits? No. You know what? Sure. You make the video, I'll narrate it. Root technically over 100% short. No, it's not. If halting to close occurs, isn't the deadline at 3:55 since orders are submitted ahead of time? For example, a halt can occur once it's 3:57 or 3:58, right? Yes, it can. We need a Cenas song. Sure. Would you consider narrating children's bedtime stories? That's all I wanted out of this stream, Grim 2. I've already narrated one. There's a reading of Goodnight Moon by me. If you ask the right people, they might have a copy. That was awesome. How come your memory is impeccable? You seem to remember price movements from specific days and even the times it happened at. I don't know. Just remember stuff. Your goodnight moon reading changed my life. Everyone talks about how halt, but never when halt. Fair. What do you make of scalping using CCs? I mean, I just did that on Revlon, right? It's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing it. Everything moving up at Jimmy. Fucking seriously. What's irritating me and what I really don't like, and the reason I'm still a little bullish, way more than I should be on GME right now, is that fucking dark pool utilization has been what's it at? Yesterday was at 68.4, which is almost the highest this year. The only other higher point was May 11th, where it hit 71.31. And as far as consistency, this is the longest we've ever been above like 60 for any like continuous period of time. We've been above, on August 18th we were at 61, then 67, 66, 68 yesterday. Which means they've internalized a ton of shit, but we've seen no price action or volume. When does that get dumped? Probably after I sell my calls. What's rev utilization? So, last time I checked, Revlon wasn't, yeah. So Revlon's still not printing, like, Dick's utilization. There's no end of day PMI update for Revlon. It's the only stock in the NYSE that doesn't have an end of day PMI update, but which is the data for like dark pool utilization. But right now it's dark pool volume is 49%. Why do you trust market chameleon over chart exchange? Massive discrepancy. Well, chart exchange sucks. Chart exchange has a discrepancy between multiple data platforms. At least market chameleon's kind of in line with the other ones. Like if you look at more than just chart exchange, you'll see that chart exchange is always the like the outlier. I seem to remember an OPEX where it ran a day late. No. The latest it's ever run on an OPEX is Tuesday. Or Wednesday, sorry. Wednesday. On T+2. I don't think there's any OPEX that ever ran on T3. Or like in a T3 window. Feb ran on Wednesday. May was Tuesday. August was Tuesday. November was Friday, Monday, Tuesday. January, Tuesday, Wednesday. January was a Wednesday. But it was a weird run, right? It wasn't like a full on OPEX. February was a Thursday, but there was a holiday. March was a Tuesday and a little bit Monday. April was kind of inconsequential, but I believe it was also a Tuesday. May was a Wednesday. June was Monday, Friday, Monday, then Friday, but that was just the spin-off of the hedge. And then July was also was July Tuesday? Yeah, July was Tuesday also, I think. March 2021 OPEX? That wasn't really like an OPEX though. That was just like carryover from the massive run up in Feb. I don't think March ran on a Thursday, right? Let me check. That doesn't sound right though. It's not one I've really paid attention to because I don't think it was very extreme. But March. #23rd, 24th, 5th. I don't know if that was an OPEX run at that point. Like, I don't know. Maybe they just shorted the fuck out of the run and then it bounced. But things were so volatile then, it's really hard to tell. The volume was really good there, so maybe. But wasn't that like post earnings? Like, didn't earnings fuck with that? Yeah, earnings was on the 23rd, right? I don't really know if that was so much like OPEX covering or just like a bounce after the earnings short. And then OPEX covering very easily could have just been stuffed by the earnings short. Like that short was massive. We traded, I mean, what's now 96 million volume, right? Although the volume on the following day does indicate some amount of covering. It's tough. I don't know. We never really focused on the monthly ones back then, but I guess. I have no idea how that would be possible though if it is. There's a point in the last 15 minutes where you're happy. Grumpy all day until now. Money makes you happy. Tell me I'm wrong. I didn't make any money. I lost money today. Today was a shit day for money. I'm just glad the day's almost over because I don't have to answer when OPEX for 2 more weeks. And then, it begins again. But can OPEX still occur after hours? It shouldn't be able to. So the only way to settle today and have clearance after today would be to use like foreign dark pools that settle out, because there's foreign dark pools that settle out like 24 48 hours later after the print. But GME doesn't have like a shitload of dark pool volume today. It's not massive. I mean, it has some, but I wouldn't call it like shunting of OPEX obligations. Although I don't know if we'd see foreign dark pools in the print. Yeah, like 1.36 million volume in dark pools, 39.6%. So yeah, there's ways to do it, but I think presuming that that's going to happen is probably not beneficial to my portfolio. Yeah, Bobby's ripping up 1050. Best Tesla puts to maximize profits and a 10% Tesla drop tomorrow. I wouldn't fuck with it. Yeah, the other thing I would be looking for with that, like if they were trying to use like foreign dark pools, it would be like bigger gaps in arbitrage, which we're also not seeing, right? Like arbitrage is flat. During ETF FTDs though, it spiked really hard. But now arbitrage is like gone, right? It's not volatile anymore. Yeah, it's very possible they covered during all the August upside. I would have said on the 16th. Yeah, it's perfectly possible. No Brazilian puts. Are you gonna hear in after hours that RC sold Jimmy and rugged us again? Not yet. I wouldn't be surprised if to some degree we see insider sells. Probably not RC, but maybe like C-suite, small number of shares after split date was the 22nd, right? Uh, maybe in the next few days. It's possible. I think what 30 days after the split until insiders can sell. Not I don't think Sherman. Not Sherman, but maybe some of the lower level C-suite execs because now they have those tax preferred dividend shares and they haven't been paid in a year. GDP gonna make big downsies for everyone tomorrow? Maybe. I said this last week, but some of you might not have heard it. The fact that George fucking Sherman has yet to sell any of his GameStop shares after he got ousted is one of the most bullish things about the fucking stock. Maybe he's forgotten them. He's just selling cover calls like DFV. I don't know if he can actually. How much more do we lose selling our positions tomorrow rather than AM today? I mean, not a lot. Don't tempt me. Let's... No. Quiet. After hours, Sherman sold, followed by a huge dump. You getting spy puts for the morning or waiting it out? I don't know. I might play futures tonight instead. Play the downside on futures into tomorrow. Futures will be more impacted by the news anyway. Yeah, I might play minis tonight instead of jumping on. I might pick up. I'll probably pick up a couple SPX puts just because of this end of day rally. Maybe. 4130. $41.40. Yeah, I guess. Ugh. I wonder what Sherman's cost basis is per share. It can't be very, like, it can't be that low, right? Hasn't he been in forever? It's the third time it's bounced on exactly 32.51. Mr. Longsy, thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no.
I don't know if I'm gonna get filled on these unless I bump them up. Come on, bounce a little higher.
Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a crane.
What do you think, Segan? You think it hits 41.45 and I get a fill? Or am I asking for too much? So close. I got it. Wait, is it gonna fill? Nice. And now straight down. Sorry, I don't have the SPX on here. Nice fill, Shill. That's pretty good. As long as it doesn't fucking bounce here. So they avoided all the FOMO today. Can we run now? I mean, this bounce looks pretty decent. SPY's gonna rip tomorrow? Maybe. Why SPX and not SPY? I don't know. More leverage? More money? Like, I don't expect it to drop a lot, right? And so SPX is better. Ooh, tax preference too. You don't pay 100% short-term gains on short-term gains on SPX positions. Yeah, you didn't know that? So when you play SPX, it's 60% long-term gains, 40% short-term. It's not just SPX, it's other indexes too. This has been my favorite OPEX. On other OPEXs, I had to watch my massively unrealized gains evaporate. This OPEX was just consistent losses, which is better emotionally. Don't worry. It looks like Jamie's trying to give you some of those unrealized gains back right now. So your gut was right when you had your lowest exposure going into OPEX. Where do we go from here? I have more confidence in September than I did for August. Although this end of day price action is stimulating things. Hello, I heard there was going to be a halt into close. Don't say that, because then it won't happen. Since Sherman isn't part of the company anymore, is he even required to disclose any buys or sells? I mean, I think he still owns like I think he's still like an insider. Like he's still on the board, right? No? He lost his board seat too? Are you sure? Ivy's not updating. Yeah, Ivy's not changing at all. That's weird. Ah, you fucking asshole. still okay, right? Ugh. Why are you selling CCs so far out of the money? Why not? Because I'm selling so many of them? If it moves against me, it's expensive to buy them back. I'm stuck. Yeah, now IV's bumping. Play the song.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Not worth the song. It's really not. You're not selling Jimmy CC's past earnings, are you? No. Absolutely not. Nice OPEX, guys. I'm rich. Congratulations. If you bought at 32.50 today, you're killing it. Well, it depends on what time you bought at 32.50 today. Jimmy earnings is 9.6. When did they announce that? The estimated earnings is 9.14. Yeah, they haven't announced anything. Could you explain why you opened a position on Riven? Because I wanted to short it? September, the expiration's on 9/16. Don't worry, I probably sold enough covered calls to tank the price just now. Chill. Prepare for assignment? I can buy him back. Jeff, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go.
Chill if you do, chill if you don't. Yeah, pretty much.
The moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he
You can't buy him back if we run to 100k. True, but I could sell what I do have for a lot more money. I think, like, I still haven't sold my entire position in covered calls. I'm not retarded. Like, ridiculous. Fubo to 15? That'd be cool. I don't think that's gonna happen. But Fubo is at $4.06. I never sold my full port in covered calls. Risky. Then you aren't living. What catalyst would make GME pump? Is there anything on the table right now? No. Sold my full port to Bobby as CCs during the run up. Never got assigned. Got stuck with him at way lower. Learned the risks of CCs that day. Yeah. Yep, that's the problem with him. What happens if you don't get assigned on a covered call? You just keep the premium? Yep. Cool no-pex, bruv. I know. I mean, now it's profitable for me. I was down about $5,000, but now I'm up 82,000. So I'm okay with that. Yeah, I sold like 850 covered calls. No, I pulled back my Revlon covered calls at a profit, which I now regret, but what straight covered calls did you go for? 40 and 38. I did sell some 916s. Noah. Let's talk about how you perfectly timed the top. I mean, I've spent the last like 2 hours waiting for any kind of breakout that would be worth selling on, right? I don't think it was that hard to do. Is 10,000 shares of Jimmy enough? For what? So much fucking volume in that period. Hmm. Shiny promises of Revlon. I don't think that's true. I just don't think this OPEX had that much going for it. Obviously, like if we'd started to run, people would have piled in, right? Most of the buying that occurs for OPEX occurs after the price improvement. So to assume that it's based on positioning that happens in advance is kind of silly. You got it, TV. Also, what's up, man? What strike is your Riven position at? $30 for September 16th. No, I'm not buying puts. I don't know how much downside there is or if it's even worth trying to capture. Well, I hope not sub 25 this week, because if we go under 30, I'm going to have to buy a lot of GameStop. Yeah. Can you explain what happens if you sell CCs that go in the money? Do you always get assigned? No, not always. Sometimes you do, but not always. Buy back the CSPs? They're up a little bit, but not much since this morning. But mostly just because of, like, the decay. I made the mistake of buying a 12024 35C at too high of a price. Do you think leaps are worth holding now out of the money? I mean, you have plenty of time to find out, but being underwater on them sucks. Can you give me a 0 DT play for tomorrow to 10x my money, please? Wife's birthday is coming up, and I want to get her more than a card. I mean, the most compelling play tomorrow is Tesla puts it open, but they're super fucking risky. I wouldn't trust it. Do you still... Do you think we still have a run, OPEX run today? No? You'll really buy Jimmy shares just under 30 or closer to 25? I mean, if we go under 31, I need to start buying them to hedge because I have naked put. Any possibility for an after hours run? I don't think so. I don't know if we so much got fragged as if there just wasn't anything there, right? I already closed the calls. I closed the calls, I sold CCs. I'm out. Out and in a different way. Strangle? Yeah, but half of it's naked. So that would... No. Good call on the SPX puts. Oh, I'm not even watching those. Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. Should I hold these? Fuck, I have like 6 seconds. Fuck. Am I gonna fail? Oh, okay. It's not bouncing back, so I'm not gonna fail. All right. So let's go over what happened today. Market went on a bit of a roller coaster to end up mostly flat again, but slightly up, I guess, 31 basis points on the day. Obviously, no OPEX price action for any of the stocks across really the entire basket. We started to see a bit of a run on Fubo and BBBY this morning, and then everything pretty much got crushed for the rest of the day. Yeah, those first 30 minutes were kind of exciting, and then that was it. GME, no compelling volume or evidence of covering at all. Let's see. Revlon, the court turned down the equity committee proposal, which, you know, just led to what seemed to be a bunch of shorting, and then it bounced back and stayed pretty flat into close. Running up a bit here to 734. I expect Revlon's going to be kind of dead for at least the next week. I don't know if they're going to use that week as an opportunity to cover. They might. But as far as FTDs go, they're gonna kind of wind down until they pick back up again at the beginning of September. Probably after September 1. I'm not really doing anything with Fubo. And BBBY ran up a little bit this morning on the news, had a second lower peak, and then dropped all the way back down to 10, where it picked up a little steam into close, which is interesting that it didn't fall back off like the rest of the stocks. But still, you know, most of the support and resistance here at $10. So, you know, the pull of $10 is very, very strong. Without significant news or a significant amount of FOMO, I think BBBY is going to kind of continue to trade in this range. I think that's about it. Jackson's Hole, I don't think there's anything coming out of there today. But today is the first day of the symposium. I'm sure there'll be like a press release sometime in after hours. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sucks that it didn't happen, but it's the way it is. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. What's up, Sahib? Are selling at the money puts same like CCs? Can't sell CCs. No. No, that's not the same. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
game.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.